Good afternoon, friends, followers, channel members. Oh, I'm so excited for this. I can't remember the last time we did a long haul flight. This is, should be, as long as everything works, an epic 8-hour flight, AirAsia, down from Kuala Lumpur to the Gold Coast, where hopefully in 8 hours time when we get there, we shall see the brand new Gold Coast airport being released. I want to say tomorrow. I might have made that up, so don't quote me on that. But from Orbx, yes, the Gold Coast airport from Orbx, and that airport is a brilliant airport in Australia for anyone looking to do flights of around an hour and a half from sort of Cairns, Sydney, Brisbane, that kind of stuff. It's just a great little airport to fly into. 737s, A320s, all of those, and much smaller flights, even flights to New Zealand as well. But in terms of long haul flights, not very many. This was the only recent one that I could find. So this is a real flight, a real operated flight from AirAsia. So looking forward to doing this for you today. The way that the stream is going to work, we're obviously going to depart. We're going to fly for a bit, and then I am going to have to disappear for around 2 or 3 hours mid-cruise. So I'll hopefully leave you with some beautiful scenes of the sun rising while I go and sort of prepare dinner for the kids and get them safely all tucked into bed before returning for the last couple of hours or so and our arrival into Australia. So I will be around in the chat as long as much as I can, but other than that, of course, it's just going to be a great way. Keep us with you for the next 8 hours and let's all get to Australia safely together. Honestly, really looking forward to this. So thank you guys so much for joining us as you're coming in. A massive shout out to our amazing channel members. Hello to Mark, Christian's here as well, Sav, Christoph, good to see you, Fruitbat, Wally, good morning to you. Hey Wally, it's going to be afternoon by the time we get there. Dr. Magic, Dave Butler here as well, Dark Fury, good afternoon as well. Did you manage to crank the Dreamline out? Mona, hello Mona, Dr. Magic and Engineer on board. Let's hope we don't need that. So good afternoon to all of you. Nick's here. I knew Nick would be here. Nick, you're going to fly alongside us as well. Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. Shaman says it's a shame actually. There were direct flights from Singapore years ago. Were they indeed? And what were they? Were they Dreamliner flights as well? Oh, that would have been quite nice. It's a similar sort of area, isn't it? Of a part of the world, Kuala Lumpur to Singapore. Not too much in terms of flight difference as well. This is going to be one of those streams I think where people are going to sort of lurk while working, as Piet has just said. Yeah, lurking while working. That is exactly what I'll be doing while prepping dinner later on. Fly Hungry, good afternoon to you. Right, well, this is a massive flight, so we need to get going. We are obviously going to do it all as realistically as possible. Bearing in mind, I don't know AirAsia ops. I know most of what we do in the A330, considering it's just a larger A320. But again, when it comes to the minefield of ETOPS, well, that is an area I'm completely unfamiliar with. Don't have to worry about that in the A320 flying around Europe. Anyway, let's have a look. So we are parked today at Quebec 6, just out of the satellite building, as you can see, and our departure runway is runway 33 all the way down here. So it's a nice lengthy taxi, isn't it? Let's have a look at the operational flight plan. Right, what we got? Payload of 45 tons, underloaded by 8 tons, cost index 63. God, that's such a high number, and a tailwind of 10 as well. So 33 for departure, 32 for arrival. Plug fuel about 54 tons, CNR 8.3. Sydney is the alternate. Of course it is. There are some other alternates which are a little bit closer. I've already scooted quickly through the OFP, so I don't want to spend too long on this, but really there's no terrain around us for our entire flight, apart from about 2 hours into it at Movmo. We can see there's a bit of a peak there, and I'll show you the vertical profile at the end of this flight plan because it looks quite comical in a moment. Right, there's a lot of ETOP stuff there which I can't help you there, I'm afraid, guys. Anyone in the chat knows more about ETOPS, then feel free to share once we're airborne. That is the weather. Looking for... Oh, we've got an RNAV approach today. Right, well, that's going to be fun because we're going to have to do that manually, of course. We can't use final approach mode, so excellent. It's not going to be quite as straightforward as I thought. Yeah, Sydney weather's fine. Brisbane, Cairns, it's still all Cat 1, so that's fine. The thing with long-haul flights, what's kind of a little bit exciting is the weather can do a hell of a lot in 8 hours. It's not just like a short 2-hour flight where nothing much is probably going to happen, but 8 hours, well, it's like another day away. Destination alternates and destination. So what is the date? It's the 18th, isn't it? Of course. At the moment, no clouds detected, but who cares about that? We are going to be looking second line down there from the top. 3308 knots. Visibility is fine. Showers of rain scattered 1,000 feet. Okay, so yeah. Hopefully the minimums for the RNAV approach are going to be alright for that. I'm sure they will be. Now, I would imagine the no times are just going to be insane at this point now. Not being familiar with any of this. Do you know what? I'm going to skip most of that. We don't care. It's probably telling me that there's a metal plate somewhere and lights in the taxiway don't work. En route alternate. Oh, so we get the alternates. I mean, this is stuff to read when we're bored. En route alternates for the ETOPS, of course, and all of theirs. There's a runway out of use there due to maintenance. I really hope that's not the only runway, otherwise what's the point in having that as a alternate? So here's all the ETOP stuff. That's our flight route that we are doing today. Mr. Dog, why didn't I pin the OPF? Do you know what, Mr. Dog? I tried doing that, and for some reason I couldn't. I tell you why. It's because that stupid heart thing is in the way. I need to get rid of that. Nick sent me a video telling me how to do that. In fact, I can't pin that. Can the first message in the chat, can one of the mods pin that for me? For some reason, I'm unable to do that, which is very strange. Not quite sure why that's the case, but there we are. Right, so there's our flight route. There are the ETOP alternates, and there are Australian alternates as well. Oh god, the weather. Don't have to deal with stuff like this in Europe. The volcano as well. Don't need to worry about that. It's miles away. Embedded CBs on the climb out, so anti-ice. Yeah, looks like it could be yes, could be rather cloudy. I mean, this part of the world, it's normal, isn't it? But to see so many different icons and things there on the SIGMET chart, you know, have to Google some of those. We'll go over there. We've got Typhoon over there. That's well away from our flight line anyway. And then it gets a bit more detailed as well as we get to Australia. Stuff to look out for. Again, CBs going up to 53,000 feet. That's just insane. Yeah, winds, and then where's the vertical profile? Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Look at that. What is that? That's the narrowest mountain in the world. But yeah, so all good fun. What are we going to take extra fuel out? Well, you know what? We're underloaded quite nicely today. And with all the CBs that we might have to, you know, fly around, visually avoid that kind of stuff because they're going higher than we can fly. Let's take an extra 5 ton on there, and then I think we'll be okay. Plus which I can pump up the speed to try and bring us in a little bit earlier if need be. So instead of taking 5.4, we're going to take 5.9. 59 tons should work out beautifully for us. Let's have a look at the charts and things for departure. So Quebec 6 we've said, so that's going to be straightforward. Push back. We're just going to plan our taxi route now. It's going to be uniform 5 and then taxi down on Yankee. So uniform 5, Yankee. This is of course on this ATC command line. Uniform 5, Yankee, and we've no takeoff performance calculator or anything like that, so we're going to go full length, which is Yankee 9 for our departure. There we are. And then the departure itself is the Rusbu 1 Fox departure, which is here. Left turn after 430 feet. MSA is 5.3. No speed restrictions. So that's a pretty straightforward brief, that, isn't it? So yeah, that all looks okay. Whilst we're in the briefing room, now I'm going to go through the want part of the brief just to begin with. So let's. Oh, I can't do that because I haven't got the weather on the tablet. Let's get into the aircraft, and then we'll sort it out. So just sort that out. We'll go find our jet, which I'm very much looking forward to. I love the Headwind A330. I think it's a brilliant aircraft. And there she is. So there we go. Jack, yeah, I did think about that. Jack Russell says an extra 5 ton. That's what you need for an entire A320 flight. Absolutely right. Yeah. Lemon, good to see you. Says 8 hours. Is it Christmas again? Right, let's go find our aircraft. She is gorgeous. Look at her. Absolutely brilliant. Livery available from flightsim.to, of course. Absolutely beautiful. Right, let's grab some weather. Aircraft is in the turnaround phase. Fantastic. FO's done the walk around. What we got? So wind 080 at 9 kilometers visibility. That's fine. We've got a few clouds at 1,000 feet. We've got CVs at 1,700 feet. Scattered 3,000 feet. 26 degrees. QNH 1010. Okay, so with those clouds, I think we'll have anti-ice on for anti-ice. What am I on about? We're not in Europe. I'm thinking it's winter. It's not. It's 26 degrees. Forget the anti-ice. Don't have to worry about that. Yeah, so that all looks fine. Weather in the Gold Coast looks okay at the moment as well. Now, I can't remember if I've got this all linked up to GSX. Let me just have a quick look at this. Fueling synchronization, no. Payload synchronization, yes. So, if I start the boarding process, because this could take a while, we'll request boarding, get that done. And whilst I'm just doing that, let's just check previous flight crew. Yeah, because this is a low-cost carrier, even though it's long haul, it's technically a low-cost carrier, isn't it? Fuel pumps are off, external power packs are off, APU is off, nav lights are on, that's fine. And thrust levers, spoilers, flaps, parking brake, gear extension, that's all fine. Squawking 2,000, acupressures in the green, wonderful. Okay, QNH 1010, let's just flip that. And set 1010 on here. That's fine. 7 hours 40 minutes en route flight time. We're on Unicom. I'm just going to flick off Unicom for the time being whilst we're on the ground. Guard frequency is monitored. Let's turn that down though. That's all looking fine. QNH 1010, get the constraints on, and the initial climb, we don't actually have one given to us here, although on the chart it does say for initial climb to insert one, and initial climb on the way we're going is basically we need to be above 430 feet before we turn. The other way, we need to be above 6,000 feet. However, as we've got no ATC knocking about, oh actually yes we do. Oh, we do. Fantastic. Right, so I've just pulled up ATIS. We've got ATIS. Runway 33 is in use for departure. That is perfect. So we will contact them and we'll get our initial climb in a moment. Right, let's set up the box then. Let me start refueling as well. That might take a while. So I want 59 tons of fuel, please. Let's just type that in. $59 tons, real time, 30 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. Wonderful. And I want to check payload is hopefully going to be coming on board. GSX payload sync enabled. Just download what's going to be used. Fine. Okay, we'll just check that this is actually loaded up once GSX has done its thing. Let's go through the box then. So, data page. IRS, 3 no greens, aircraft status. Yep, that's fine for another week or so before the next AirX cycle. Okay, on to the init page. Just confirming as well, we've got information alpha for the ATIS. Shannon packs on for departure for sure. I mean, again, that is a good point. Given how warm it is, 26 degrees. Again, you have to think about that in Europe because, well, it's not usually that warm. We haven't got the APU running. What we could have is do they allow the have they got the not the air start unit? You can get the mobile air conditioner, can't you? I don't think that's available, sadly, on here. It's a low-cost carrier. They'll just have to boil. What's the condition of the? It's 27. Oh, actually, it's 27, 25 degrees. I mean, that's not that bad. Not that bad. Open a window. The doors are all open anyway, so there'll be a bit of a draft blowing through. Right, passenger numbers 436, cost index 36, 5350. That's fine. Tropopause is. That's pretty close. I'm just going to update that to what the OFPS 52979. Download the winds. It should be done in a moment. Let's clear the scratch pad whilst I'm waiting for that. That wind request seems to be taking a while, doesn't it? Alright. Might just be slow with the A cars. Never mind. IRS init stand Quebec 6 2444 north 10142 east. Not used to seeing those kinds of coordinates, but yes, that's all okay. Right, flight plan. So hopefully we'll get a 3-3 departure. If not, we'll request it from ATC. Runway 33. Rosaboo 1 Fox again is hopefully what we'll get. Wind data uplinked, there we go. I like that, it didn't happen straight away, did it? That was great. Rosaboo 1 Fox. Insert. I like that as well, the little overfly point there at 430 feet, and the little left arrow there saying that first turn's going to be to the left. Definitely new software in this aircraft. And then the arrival for the Gold Coast. I love doing long haul, there's just something about it that I think is great. What we're doing the RNAV 32 arrival. Oh no, which one is it? X-ray or Yankee? I'm going to go Zulu, which is the norm. 32 Zulu. We can check that on route. And what arrival have we got? The Lamsey 2 Alpha. There it is. What veer will that be coming in via? I have absolutely no idea. Hang on, that surely can't be right. Why would we be coming in via the Lamsey waypoint? That's out to the east. I mean, that is an interesting way to do it. Okay, it takes us out over the ocean. Okay, do we come in via Fickle? Looks like it. Just show you my iPad so you can see what we're actually looking at. There it is. Yeah, so we obviously do go out to the east and come round. Fair enough, fair enough. Probably for noise, isn't it? Keep them away. There is a bit of terrain as well, I think, to the southeast of the airport from memory. So, we'll pop that in. The operational flight plan then has 3,660, 3,056, 4 miles difference. I will take that on. I will take that on such a long flight. So that's fine. RadNav page. Do we have any nav aids around our departure airport? Just pick an arrival. I've got an ILS DME. Because they're not usually shown on the departure pages. There are no nav aids. There's got to be a nav aid of some description. No, just an ILS DME in there. India Whiskey Mike. Alright, well, if nothing else, I'll just pop that in VOR1. India Whiskey Mike. Especially as I don't know this particular part of the world, so we'll keep that in mind. Not in the database, really? Okay, can we go old school? And we'll just type in 111.5. I know we've got the ILS frequency actually there in the ILS box, but just for sort of now I can turn on, instead of having the LS on, I can actually turn that on also. You know, it points towards it as well. That's just for my situational awareness in a place, part of the world where I'm not familiar. Alright, so that's fine. Progress page. And the init B. Right, so everything I need for that should be on here. Why is no one loading? Come on. How do I get people to come onto my... Wait for your action, open the cargo door. Do I need to do that? Can't you open your own door? I'll just open everything. Right, hopefully that should help. If not, all I'll do is just turn off GSX payload sync and we'll load it manually. The only problem I've got with that is I just need to get accurate figures for this. So, zero fuel weight C of G is planned at 20.9. Sorry, hang on, I'll put the zero fuel weight in to begin with, which is 172.3. 172.3. And then that C of G is 20.9. So that is planned. Trip wind was a tailwind of 10, if I recall. And planned fuel says 50.9, and we're taking 59. There we go. Aero Maze, good afternoon. Finally caught us live. Yeah, thanks for being here, mate. Appreciate that. Takeoff weight 230.A. Alternate is, let's call it 6.2 tons for the alternate. Oh, it's filled it in automatically. Ooh, that's neat. Actually, it's not a million miles away, that, so I'll have to leave it to 6.3. Just come over here so you can see. Yeah, that's fine. And we have got a takeoff weight of 230 tons. Wow. 230.8, which is wonderful. An hour 30 minutes, hour 37 minutes extra endurance, 8.1 tons extra. That's fine. Right, onto our performance then. Obviously, we're going to do a flaps 1 departure. We don't have takeoff performance calculators for the A330, so we are going to flex our way. We're going to toggle our way through it today. Thrust reduction, acceleration values. Let's have a look. What is the code for this place? Whiskey, Mike, Kilo, Kilo. 33. Thrust reduction 1028. So, yeah, alright, I'm happy to leave that. It's a few feet higher, which is fine. Engine out, also the same. And engine out procedure is standard, so mess up is the holding point we'll go to if we've lost an engine. Now, I can't do the V1 VR calculations until I've got all the aircraft weight happily on board. Transition altitude is 11,000 feet, that's fine. I am going to go to our fixes page, however, and just pop in that holding, that waypoint for holding should we lose an engine. So that is mess up. That's quite an apt username for a waypoint, isn't it? Mess up. So if the aircraft is messed up, then that's where we're going to hold. So there we are. Lovely. Right. Are people coming on board yet? Why does no one want to fly on my plane? Aircraft system refueling services are requested. Okay, refueling is currently underway. You're allowed to load the aircraft though. Cargo loading in progress. Can we not load the aircraft and passengers at the same time? You really should be able to. Some airlines don't allow it, some airports don't allow it. I don't know, we'll keep an eye on that, but I've got 436 passengers to get on in about 5 minutes. So, I mean, that's not looking grand, is it? So, well, I hope they come on board pretty soon. Jetway's been connected, so that's fine. Right, let's contact air traffic control then and see what's going on now they're online. Frequency 124.2. Lumpar radar, good evening. This is Xanadu 200 Type A330-900N, requesting IFR clearance as filed to Gold Coast, and we currently have information Alpha stand Quebec 6.
Xanadu 200 Lumpar radar, good evening. Level 350 to Gold Coast, Tape ITC.
Xanadu 200, and confirm we've got the flight level 350 to the Gold Coast.
Initial climb 4,000 feet, squawk 5405.
Initial climb altitude 4,000 feet and squawk 5405 for Xanadu 200.
Xanadu 200, that's not for you. I'm calling Qantas 201.
Ooh, 2 call signs very close. I will disregard Xanadu 200.
Yeah, apologies for that. It's the Mythos 2 Foxtrot departure. Initial climb is 4,000 and squawk 5405 for Qantas 201.
So Dark
Qantas
Fuse
201, read back correct.
picked up a call sign very close to ours. That's wonderful. And Xanadu 200 now ready to copy clearance.
Xanadu 200, standby.
So he's just given Dark Fury the Mythos 2 Fox departure, so I get a feeling we're going to have something very similar. So I'm going to pop that in, and we'll have a look at that chart. Okay, so we just got a little route change. Yeah, Mythos Mike 630 Bobag Papa 501 and Anito. Right, so let's just check the charts. Grab that. Interestingly enough, none of these charts have names. They just have the runway departures.
Xanadu 200, you're clear to Gold Coast, Mythos 2 Foxtrot departure, runway 33, initial climb 4,000 feet, squawk 5417.
Cleared via the Mythos 2 Fox departure, runway 33 and squawk 5417, and we've copied the new route clearance, Xanadu 200.
Xanadu 200, initial climb 4,000 feet.
And initial climb 4,000, Xanadu 200.
Xanadu 200, read back correct.
Right, let's just check what we've got then with the new clearance and the charts. So we should have Mythos 2 Fox. Well, we've popped that in, haven't we? Yeah, except that doesn't look right. That's Mythos 1 Fox. I want Mythos 2 Fox, please. So departure, runway 3.
Kuala Lumpar,
Mythos 2 Fox.
with Xanadu 464, requesting that.
Come off there. Right, check what that looks like. That's the 1 Fox. We want the 2 Fox. Check the coding. 74338-737. Initial climbs 4,000 feet. Then we've got Mythos, and then after Mythos, we take the. Where have you gone? Mythos we take Mike 630 to Bobag. And then the Papa 501 to Anaito. Mitos, Bobag, Onito, and then hopefully as we were. We've just got a route now that we need to tidy up, because as you can see that's going to send us backwards if we're not careful. So get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of the second Anito, and we're done. There we are. And that looks fine. There we are. Wonderful. Right, how are these passengers doing? Is anyone coming on board? Hey, yeah, there we go. Passengers are on board. That is brilliant. So now we can do the performance part. V1, VR, and V2. Excellent. Alright, so we've, let's quickly whiz through the brief. We've done most of it already. So, wind 0804, wind from the right as we're departing. Visibility is 9 kilometers or more. We've got a few clouds 1000, some CVs around at 17. So I might leave the seatbelt signs on and keep the cabin crew in their seats for a little bit longer than normal till we're through that. And then scattered 3,000 feet. Weather en route, we've got CVs which we're probably going to have to avoid. Sadly, there's no working weather radar on this aircraft, which is a shame. And the arrival weather looks okay at the time being. Aircraft type A330-900Neo, no secondary flight plan. I've not got the terrain working either, and we've got no working weather radar. Whoops. No TAMs, probably, haven't read them. Threats to be aware of, we've got terrain to the north and the east of the airport. MSA is 5,300 feet. If we have a problem, basically fly west and we shall be safe. Other threats to bring in, don't know the airport, very unfamiliar with it, don't know the ATC protocols here, so unfamiliar with that. So yeah, I'm probably the bigger threat. But we do have ATC, so that's nice. Let's have a look at the taxi, which we've pretty much briefed anyway. We're expecting Uniform 5, Yankee and Yankee 9, full length runway 33 for our departure. It's a long old taxi, so we could do a single engine taxi. However, as I'm not familiar with the airport, I'd rather just get everything started as we push, and then we'll be good to go. Yeah, so that's the taxi route. There we are. The departure itself, we've now got the Motos to Fox departure, which is not this one. Get that off my charts, otherwise I'm going to be reading the wrong chart for the departure. It is this one here, the two Fox departure. There we go. And we've got our rerouting as well, and that's all fine. Lovely. So the departure itself is straight out, left turn, initial climb 4,000 feet, which we've got set, noise abatement 2, and no speed restrictions. Wonderful. Alright, we're ready to start our 8-hour long-haul flight, I think. We are. Anyways, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. I do appreciate that. And Zero says, do you need to change to the alpha version to get the new fly-by-wire kit on the 330? Yes, there's sort of pre-release version, which seems to be working very nicely at the moment. Hello.
Hi there, Captain. All of the passengers are now on board.
Wonderful. Thank you. Let's get the doors closed and get going.
Okay, I'll let the crew know and we'll get closed up as soon as we can.
Right, let's get the APU up and started. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Okay, we've received the load sheet from ground. There's the passenger count, the crew count and the total souls count. Plus yourselves, of course.
Lovely, thank you.
You're welcome.
They're going to have a busy old flight, aren't they? Right, CFG for takeoff is 20.9. Everyone's on board, and we're done.
All stations ready to close.
APU is starting. Let's PA for the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome on board our 8-hour flight to the Gold Coast in Australia. We're going to be cruising today at 35,000 feet, and we should have no further delays for you. Had a short delay on the ground. We should have pushed back about 5 minutes ago, but we'll make that time up en route, I'm sure. And if you can now just get yourselves strapped into your seats and take off, and the cabin crew will be preparing for departure with the safety briefing coming up, so if you can please give that its full attention. Thank you very much. Excellent, APU's up and running. Let's get the pumps on. That can come off. 59 tons of fuel loaded and balanced. Alright, cockpit preparation checklist. Aircraft acceptance has been completed. The fuel quantity, 59 tons balanced. Seatbelt signs are on. And is that on auto? Yes, it was. Just looked like a strange switch position. Yes, so seatbelt signs are on. It is. We've got 3 nav greens of RFQ and H is 1010 at 30 feet. Let's close all the doors. That should retract, hopefully. Here comes the ground crew. Just get back on frequency then.
33, face west.
Pushback approved, face west, Qantas 20.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
I want to get rid of that before we move.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
And number radar Xanadu 200, stand Quebec 6 is ready for push and start.
Xanadu 200, squawk 5417.
And Xanadu 200, squawking 5417. Let's just turn that on now.
Xanadu 200, squawk receive, stand by number 2.
Locking gear.
Might procedure here in Kuala Lumpur to have this set before getting pushback clearance. Some airports do that. I'm obviously not familiar with it here. Ed Hawk in advance says, welcome to Oz. So it'll be sort of early morning when we arrive, I think. Will you still be here? We will most likely be going tail to the right, I am sure, but we'll just wait. Have they moved that? Oh, they've still not moved that. That's a bit of a pain. See, this is why I have crash detection turned off. Hey Marcus, am I using? If you want to see my settings, Marcus, there's a video on the channel explaining all of the settings that I'm currently using. Scopsis, are there any differences between...
Xanadu 200, pushback and start approved, runway 33, face west, be advised, 1 traffic from Quebec 2.
Start and push back approved, advised, copied and facing west, Xanadu 200. Let me just have a look outside. Oh yeah, that's fine.
Release parking brakes, please.
Before start checklist, parking brake is on, takeoff data confirmed, windows closed, EFB is on flight mode, doors are
Release parking
closed,
brakes, please.
they're not armed, they will be in a moment, beacon light is on, they are armed now, parking brake released.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
So someone was asking, is the cockpit different between the 330 and the 320? They are sort of, this part of the cockpit is pretty much 95% the same. The overhead's slightly different and the pedestal is a little bit different, but the main part is pretty much the same. Okay, I've not got a nose wheel steering disconnected sign there for some reason, but anyway. Start the timer, engine mode selected to ignition, and starting engine 1.
All stations, please arm doors.
Nice mood lighting, doesn't it? Yeah, so the reason I've managed to get a pass out and do a nice long haul flight tonight is my missus is actually working nights tonight, so I'm going to disappear once we're in cruise to go and sort the kids out, cook tea, get the kids in bed, then I'll be back. God bless her. And I've got a nice cup of hot tea to keep me going. So engine 1 is stable and available. We're going to start engine number 2.
Please set parking brakes.
Nice pushback, parking brake set.
Ladies, gentlemen, and channel members. On behalf of the crew, I ask that you now please direct your attention to the cabin crew as we review the emergency proceeds. Please take a minute to locate the nearest exit to you and note that it's...
J-Hog, I've not told them that yet.
Count the number of rows on the exit.
Unlocking gear.
Should the cabin experience a pressure loss, stay calm.
My eldest, he
This
can
is
just
for
look after
instructions
himself.
from your cabin crew.
Go to bed when you
Oxygen
want,
masks
mate, I'm
will
busy.
drop down from above your seat. Place the mask over your mouth and nose like this and pull the strap to tighten it. If you are travelling with children, ensure you put your own mask on first before helping others.
Tow truck disconnected.
An emergency
Bypass pin
evacuation,
removed.
leave all your carry-on luggage and items behind.
Left
Life
is
rafts
clear.
are located
Right is
beneath
clear.
your seats. Emergency lighting in the floor will guide you to your nearest exit. We now ask that all carry-on luggage is stowed away safely during the flight. Whilst we wait for takeoff, please take a moment to review the safety procedures and the safety card in front of you. Electronic devices must now be switched off or turned to airplane mode until we instruct you that it is again safe to use them.
Knowing
Our
my
cabin
kids, that
service
we're
will
really
commence
annoying
once
and
we
one
are
of them
in
will
flight.
throw up or something.
If you are a frequent flyer with us, you can now join the channel as a member and take advantage of the extra perks to make your journey.
Anyways, I need my missus to
Thank
talk
you
to
for
his
your
missus.
attention
He
and
couldn't
we
get
hope
away
you
with
enjoy
doing a
your
long
flight.
haul.
Radar, good night, Xanadu 302, onto Alpha 240. Xanadu 392, Lumpur radar, good evening.
Alright, so
457.
happy with the engine starts, they're all good. Come off, anti-ice obviously not required at this part of the world. Spoilers,
Xanadu
radar.
392, squawk 5457.
Okay, 5457, Xanadu
Trim.
392.
Xanadu 392 identified, cleared. Tempo, Puga 1 Hotel, arrival runway 33, descent 230.
And they have to start check this. Anti-ice is off. ECAM status is checked. Pitch trim 20.9. Rudder is
Kuala
0.
Lumpar via Google One Hotel arrival.
Or neutral.
Can you take for the descent? To trim method.
Scenario 392, descend and maintain level 230.
Descend and maintain level 230, so 103
And Liberator Amador 200 is ready for taxi. That was a really bad call
Scenario
sign.
200, taxi Orbx Yankee 9 runway 33 via Zulu 08 Yankee.
Taxi holding point Yankee 9 runway 33 via uniform and Zulu. Samadou 200.
Scenario 200, taxi uniform 5 Zulu 8 Yankee.
Uniform 5 Zulu and Zulu 8 Yankee. Samadou 200.
Qantas 201, ready for taxi.
Qantas 201, taxi holding point Yankee 9 runway 33, number 2 via
Doors
uniform
locked.
5 Zulu 8 Yankee.
Yankee 9, runway 33 by uniform 008 and Yankee, Qantas 201.
Right then, guys, let's go.
Sandu 464, ready
Hello.
for mission start.
Hi, Captain. Just to let you know that the cabin is secure for takeoff.
Scenario
Thank you.
464, squawk 5463.
Seated and secured.
Sorry,
Okay, we'll do.
We'll score 5463, Sandu 464.
Right, there's a long straight part of the taxiway which we'll use to do the flight control checks and all that sort of stuff.
Scenario 392, direct Mesop, descend 8,000 feet.
Direct to Mesop, descend 8,000 feet, 103
Alright, so, is it this left here? Uniform 5, Zulu. Yeah. Alright, so let's do the ped check. No change to our performance. No LMCs. Everything's as expected.
Scenario
The
464,
engine out procedure,
traffic behind.
standard.
Taxiing
1600 feet, accelerate left
0.78.
turn to our
You
holding
for
point.
pushback
Mess up.
at runway 33, face west.
We'll hold there at
Clear for mission
4,000.
Start facing west after the traffic behind Sandu
Departure
464.
is the Mythos 2 Fox, straight out with a left turn, noise abatement 2, no speed restrictions, and our initial climb's 4,000. Bit fast there down on the taxiway. Don't know what the max taxi speed is. It's probably still 30 knots. We just crept above that anyway. Brakes work. Let's do the taxi checklist then. So now's a good time to flight controls full right, full left, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, rudder, full right, rudder, full left, and neutral. So that taxi checklist, flight controls have been checked, flap setting is config 1, FMA, climb nav blue, 1 FD2, 4000 blue, radar under predictive wind shear is on, ECAM memo takeoff, no blue, EFB is stowed. Hey, old novice pilot, we're actually in your part of the world randomly. Completely forgot about that. I say your part of the world. We're in Kuala Lumpur, flying to the Gold Coast, where I happen to know there was some lightning earlier. Hey, Pump says hello from Turkey. Hope you're doing well. Just seen the time. Hope my wife's not still asleep, because otherwise no one's picking up my kids from school at the minute. Hey Leanna, I definitely wouldn't call this aircraft unflyable. Camera crew seats for takeoff.
Ladies and gentlemen, because this is a nighttime flight, for safety purposes, I have dimmed the
Zero-3-982, direct Kilo 887.
and they will be turned back on once we've completed our departure. Thank you.
Hey Soren, good to see you.
Direct to Kilo 887, Canada 3 negative.
Second right, so we get the full length departure. Hey DMA, thank you so much for the very kind tip. Says, loving the stream so far. By any chance do you know when the Fenix 321-319 are coming? I'm afraid I do not. Even if I did, I don't think I'd be allowed to say, but honestly no, I do not. But thank you so much for your support, really do appreciate that. And if you're loving the stream so far, that's great, because we've still got about 8 hours to go.
Zero 200, confirm ready.
That's affirmative, Xanadu 200.
Zero 200, runway 33, clear for takeoff.
Clear to take off runway 33, Xanadu 200. Approach path is clear. All lights are on. No, they're not. Now. Why didn't that work on my tablet? Lineup checklist. Cabin is secure. Take off runway full length. Runway 33. TCAS TRA. PAX 1-2 are off. Let's go. Oh, guys, I hope you can stick with us for the next 8 hours. Take off. Start the chrono. And 50% N1. Engine stable. Toga. Toga, SIS, runway, auto thrust blue. Past 100 knots. A little left rudder because of that wind. V1. Rotate. climb, gear up. Nav. Just watch that speed trend against the flight directors. There we go. So, thrust climb. Climb.
Salado
Auto thrust.
200 identified. Climb 7,000 feet.
Autopilot engaged. Continue climb, altitude 7,000, Xanadu 200. It's just passing S speed. Flap 0, spoils disarmed. And 7,000 blue.
And Sandy 464 ready for taxi.
Salado 464, taxi holding point. Runway 33 via uniform 5 Zulu 8 Yankee.
Station order point Yankee 9
Rain
via
showers in the
uniform
vicinity,
5
it looks
Zulu,
like.
Zulu 8 and Yankee Sandy 464.
Salado 200 left and direct Mythos.
Left direct to Mythos, Xanadu 200. Right, pull heading, force that left turn, because I think Mythos is behind us
Contact
somewhere.
201 confirm ready.
Confirm Qantas 201.
Contact 201
Mythos,
line out airway
nav.
runway 33.
Right at runway 33.
I'm running open climb because we've just popped the aircraft into heading mode. That's fine. Old Novice, we're off to the Gold Coast. Literally the Gold Coast Airport. A pre-release, as Orbx will be releasing that, I believe, tomorrow. Aircraft about 10,000 feet above us over there somewhere.
Lumpur approach, hello, selamat malam. Station calling Lumpur Radar, CK call sign. Lumpur Radar, Foxtrot Hotel.
And Fleet Toledo, mate, thank you so much. Welcome to the First Officers Club, Fleet. Real kind of you to support us, and I do appreciate that so much.
Foxtrot Hotel inform November Oscar request IFA clearance to Kuala Lumpur.
Uniform Oscar 9,000 to Lampur, standby DC. Contact 201, runway 33, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Qantas 201.
Just looking to see if we can actually see the airport we've just departed from, actually. Where's down there? AV, I'm just on the VATSIM server. Whichever server that's connected to. Okay, looks like it's looking quite clear, so let's release the cabin crew. Cabin crew is
Salado
released.
200, turn right heading 200, due traffic.
Right heading 200, Xanadu 200. That had to be a careful read back. This is where the MiniFCU is brilliant. Literally just pull that and it's done. Speed alt star, approaching 7,000 feet. We need to get a further climb. Olaf, the flight is about 8 hours, roughly. Of course, the MiniFCU working seamlessly with the Headwind A330, which is wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll shortly begin our cabin service as we continue to climb to our cruising altitude. You may now use your electronic devices. Rechargeable battery packs are also available to purchase from our cabin crew. You can also ask them about joining our frequent flyers and becoming a channel member. Thank you.
And Xanadu 200, request further climb.
Salado 200, maintain 7,000 to traffic.
Roger, Xanadu 200. What traffic?
Salado 392, descend 5,000 feet.
Could be that traffic, I guess.
4,600 feet.
Qantas 201 at defied and climb 4,000 feet.
Dean, is there a relief pilot? No. So when I go to prep dinner and throw the kids into bed later.
Gyro 200 now clear of traffic, direct Mythos, climb flight level 240.
Direct Mythos and climb flight level 240 for Zambia 200. Thrust climb, open climb, and standard pressure 240 blue, and back direct to Mythos. Mythos direct confirmed, and we're in nav mode. There we go. Wonderful. Right, anyway, spoilers, flaps, gear, let's get our lights off. So, Simbox not responding to the landing light, we'll have to do that manually, no matter. So what this flight should see is a beautiful dawn as we fly east.
Qantas 201, climb 8,000 feet.
Climb 8,000 feet, Qantas 201.
Dean, when we leave the PC, do we need to notify anyone on VATSIM? So what I'm going to do, Dean, because we are going to be leaving VATSIM for more than half an hour, which is against the rules, I'm going to have to disconnect off VATSIM. What we'll then do is when I come back for the last 2-3 hours, then I will check where we are. We'll look to see if there's any ATC online. If there's not, and we're not in the way of anyone, we'll just reconnect basically. So that's how we'll handle that. Aviate, I think the Princess Medalla is a cruise ship. Medalla.net, can't even pronounce it. Right, it's 10,000 feet. Let's see what signs get them off. They've been sat in there long enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign. The toilets are now available for use and you are free to stretch your legs in the cabin. We do, however, recommend that whenever you are in your seat, that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times.
Qantas 201, climb 1,000 feet.
Our cabin crew will be along shortly.
Past 10,000 feet, airports on the EFIS, Radnav page. Let's clear that out.
Uniform Verska, you clear to Lampu.
Second flight plan not working. Of
Subaru
course.
departure, runway 15, first heading 150, initial climb 2,500. Squawk 5440.
See, I don't think cost index 0 actually works in this aircraft. No, it doesn't change, so we'll leave that back at 60.
Starting one of our Beijing Zero 464 confirmed.
We're ready, Zambia 460.
For those of you who brought your own, you can
Zero 464,
side of you due to
runway 33, clear for takeoff.
Let's take off runway 33, Zambia 464.
Dean, will the flight plan still be active with a disconnect and reconnect? I hope so, Dean.
3982,
I can refile it if not. So that's not a problem. And don't worry about asking questions, Dean. That's the whole point of the stream.
Qantas 201, climb flight level 150.
Set the standby standard pressure. The little dots ahead of us, I'm guessing they're cruise ships. Don't fly in this part of the world, but yeah. Old Novice might be down there.
Qantas 201, direct Mythos.
One of his ships. Luca, if you go to flightsim.to, there are loads of EasyJet deliveries available. So if you're looking forward to a epic long-haul flight, please do hit that like button.
Side heading 150.
It would be very much appreciated.
Initial climb 2,500 feet. And squawk 5440.
Crazy, I sound like I'm 24. Excellent. In that case, that's how old I am. Visit Wayne, can you buy the Orbx Gold Coast scenery? I think tomorrow. Certainly in the next couple of days.
Squawk 5443. Side heading 150.
DMA, mate, thank you so much for supporting us. Welcome to training captain level membership, DMA. Make sure as well, if you're on Discord, get yourself into the VIP lounge and check out the members only streams that we've had as well. So thank you so much, DMA. Really, really kind of you to support us. Thank you.
Qantas 201, climb for level 230.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start one of our in-flight movies. If you'd like to watch, please plug in.
0464 identified, climb for level
I
150.
hope you enjoy the film.
Climb flight level 150, 0464.
So we're also going to be just checking flight level 350 as our planned cruise. Our max, though, because we're heavy, is 331. So I think we're going to go 310 to begin with. Johan Jacob says, despite some limitations such as independent McDo's, the cockpit, etc.
200,
Stand by.
high speed climb proof.
High speed climb approved, I'm doing 200. I think that's a polite way of saying, come on. So what I'm going to do is I'll just climb. I don't know what the best climb speed is for the 330, but let's just set speed 250.
392, clear as approach runway
Well, that'll get us up
33 report
quicker.
established.
It's above green dot, that's all I'm concerned about. We could climb at green dot, of course. Sorry, Johan, what was I saying? Yes, so you actually prefer this plane above the others like the 747, the Dreamliner, etc. And yeah, and I think a lot of that is because the avionics are really good. And it's obviously based on the fly-by-wire, isn't it? Which is, they do wonderful things. Jordan, ETA of this mega flight. Good question. Oh God, it's late. See, this is what you can do when your wife works nights. It's going to be around, I think, 11 PM UK time. So if you're in the UK, it could be an 11 PM arrival. But it'll look like daylight here in the city.
0464, climb for level 220.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Climb flight level 220,
flight drink service in a few moments. If you could please clear all aisles and ensure that any bags are placed in the overhead lockers, it would be most appreciated. Thank you.
It's going to look awesome when the sun rises. I don't think I'll be here. I think I will be in the middle of sorting food out. And so yeah, for those of you that's not been here since the very start, the way the stream's going to work, because it's such a long stream, I'm going to be around for probably another hour or so. And then I'm going to disappear to sort food and that for the family, and again get the kids to bed, and then I'll be back for the last 2-3 hours of the flight. Don't know what time we'll see the sunrise though. I love seeing the sunrise in Microsoft Flight Simulator. They always look so perfect and spectacular, don't they?
464, direct Beatles.
Ian asks, what are we serving for the in-flight meal? I don't know. What's a nice traditional dish on Air Asia? Something with rice, presumably. Anaf says we'll probably see it about 6 AM according to Sydney. I mean, that's good. That's actually quite a realistic flight time, isn't it? For a long haul flight to arrive early on in the morning.
Saradu 392, wind 0505 knot, runway 33, clear to land.
Yardy, I don't think it'll be fish and chips, mate. No, it won't be fish and chips. Oh, Wasp, don't say that.
Saradu 200, radar service terminated, monitor Unicom 122.8.
122.8, thanks so much for the service, Xanadu 200. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Airplane break, Qantas 201, climb flight level 240.
Alright, we're on our own, so we're going to clear ourselves up flight level 310. We're going to maintain that 250 knots as well, just to continue the climb. And 310 blue. Ferraz, hello Ferraz. Bam says on Air Asia you get no food unless you pay for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence service of hot drinks and alcoholic beverages. Please assist us by ensuring your tray tables are down and that the aisles are kept clear.
Considering the amount of cabin crew announcements I've heard back there, they're really pushing for the sales. They're upselling everything. Fair play to them. Got to make a living. RSA Dillacy, good afternoon, good night, good morning, wherever you are. There's also one slight advantage to doing a long haul flight like this. It means my room should have warmed up by the time I get back before landing. The good old graphics card heating service. Anav says he believes we could probably stay on VATSIM considering the airspace we'll be flying over. I know, but I think just to respect the rules, I wouldn't do that. Just in case, you know. I don't want to be away and, you know, getting pinged by a supervisor because I'm not there. NATO Slayer, you didn't know there was an A330? Really? Not only is there an A330, it's a brilliant A330. Best way to get it is go onto Google and type Headwind A330. Headwind A330. It'll take you to the Headwind page and yeah, download their installer and get it. It's very, very similar to the way you would install the A32NX from Fly-by-Wire. Hey Dynasty, which version of the 339 we're flying? We're flying the oh, it's not called the is it called the developer? Pre-release they call it. I forget, the names keep changing, don't they? Hey Organ, good to see you. When you use self-loading cargo, all the announcements play immediately. So you can actually set it to control it yourself if you wish, Organ. Given says the description of the video says the Gold Coast Airport. Does it? I wonder if hopefully you won't need your coat when you get there. Hang on a minute. Oh, so it does. That is so rare that someone reads the video description. Thank you. Yeah, remember, if you are going to be buying a MiniFCU unit, which works perfectly with this aircraft, don't forget to use the discount code EasyJetSimPilot, and it'll save you 10% off. Crazy Nugget says the 747 is a beauty. It is. You know, there's... Say what you want about Boeing. God knows I do. But the Boeing of old, when they made things like the 747, you know, that was pioneering stuff. What an aircraft. But then Airbus came and did the 380 and did it better. Gotta love the 380. Right, so I'm happy with the climb rate as we had it. I'm going to push for managed speed, so we're probably just going to level off a little bit as we climb now steadily up to cruise. Bam says the MiniFCU is brilliant. Hopefully it'll work for Boeings in the near future. Bam, you can do it now. Hang on a sec. So if we have a look, one moment. Yeah, so long-haul flights, we might as well have a little look, haven't we? If you go to flightsim.to, there are profiles you can use to get the MiniFCU to work with it. Check the most recent video I did on this. Just search for MiniFCU. Yeah, there you go. So there's a MiniFCU profile for the Innobuilds 300, the PMDG 737.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, there's one for the Dreamliner as well. Didn't know that. That wasn't there the other day.
Starting service shortly. If you could please ensure all aisles are clear and bags are placed in the overhead lockers, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Quartz display, yeah, so you can use it with the Fenix and have all working properly. There's also a mini cockpit generic aircraft panel as well. Oh, there's also a Spandex profile for the Honeycomb Alpha and Bravo. I mean, I don't have that, so that doesn't bother me. But yeah, there's ways to make it work. There are ways to make it work. So, bam, what I suggest you do is go and watch the recent video I did showing how to get full Fenix compatibility with the MiniFCU, and that will basically show you how to do it and get it working with the 737. So it's really, really good. Hey, 4K Aviation, good to you. Good to see you. 4K, you've just installed the Headwind A330. You're getting about 3 FPS. Well, that doesn't sound right.
000, this is Qantas 201. Can we get your flight level and climb, please?
And Xanadu 200, we're currently placing flight level 270 for 310 and climbing at Mach 0.73.
Roger, thanks for that. Xanadu 200.
That's Dark Fury in his Boeing aircraft who wants to overtake me. How often do these update? Do these update on their own? Oh yeah, they must do. Because I've not touched this and that's already updated. So it's rather early in our flight, but I just want to see what the minimums are for our arrival. What options do we have? So I think we're looking at 3.2. There's no there's an RMP authorization required. I'm guessing that AirAsia are not authorized to do that. So minimum's 5, about 500 feet. Okay. Visibility needs to be 2.8 kilometers. That's all okay. Oh, to be fair, we can't do that. That's LNAV and VNAV. Our minimums are going to be 620 because we're going to have to use nav FPA mode. Final approach mode doesn't work in this aircraft. I'm curious as to the AR routes. Oh, look at that. That's neat. Is there one coming in from the west as well around that terrain? Oh, no, there's not. That would have been neat. So I don't recognise any of the star patterns at this side of the world. Southern Hemisphere. Wasp, when you installed the Fenix fix for the MiniFCU, how did you overcome the Mugdu already having a mobile flight profile? You couldn't get mine to work as mobile flight already had profile in it. I'm not actually sure, Wasp. I'll be honest with you. Like I said in the video, I'm not actually that au fait with Mobify and how that all works. I think maybe someone on Discord who does use it might be able to help you a little bit more with that, Wasp. Those engines look awesome. Guessing there's not much to see if you sat on the right-hand side of the flight. Left-hand side is definitely where it's at. Anaf says, I thought I could stay on VATSIM and go to sleep and wake up to see you've been flying away from the keyboard over a supervisor's airspace. He got kicked off. I'm not surprised. Jordan, have I done anything with ATAR lately? Not lately, Jordan. No. It's all been about the Airbuses. Fenix, fly-by-wire, Headwind. The announcement of that Inabill's A350, that's quite exciting, don't we think? That would be very exciting. Right, we're now at our top of cruise for the time being. Let's just check 54310. Yeah, I'm happy to stay at that. So we'll set 310. And I'm going to pull speed actually, because we can't use the cost index, doesn't really make much difference. We're going to go Mach 0.8, just increase that. Oh, and the Airbus A300 as well, yes, of course. The A300, yeah, we've been in that. Right, we're going to do a fuel check in, we'll do that now actually. So we're headed towards Bobag, as we can see there. Bobag. Let's see what the fuel should be. Right, so plug was about 54 tons. We took 5 tons extra. Contingency is 2 tons. 5 plus 2 is 7, so 7 tons extra. So there's Bobag at the top. So we should have 46. We should have about 52 tons, I think, and we've got 50, just under 54 actually. So that's fine. Fuel check is fine. I'm happy to burn some more fuel. Might go Mach 8.1. Why not? Everybody says, yeah, can't wait for the inner builds. Love the A300, and I'm sure the A350 will be a gem. I like the A300 as well. It's not very often we do cargo flights here on the channel, but I think that's the go-to aircraft for cargo flights, isn't it now? Definitely. Imagine doing a long... Oh, should I could potentially have done this flight in the A300, but it wouldn't have been realistic. Bombtech also agreeing the A300 is very nice. I do. I think it's great. Great aircraft. Inabell's done a good job with that. Yarded 737. It's only it's not a proper cargo aircraft though, is it that? Hey DC, good afternoon. How you doing, DC? I suppose you could fly some West Atlantic flights, Yardy, here in the UK. Lemon Wolf, hello Lemon, good to see you back. Legend Dark Fury says you need the 777. Well, the 777X as well, which, when we're going to see that in the skies. Andy says, good morning from Toronto. Good morning, Andy. Are you going to be with us this afternoon when we land in Australia? And Dennis, hello from Nova Scotia. Yardy says he'll fly anything with wings. Yeah, but what about anything with doors? Andy, it's minus what? Minus 19 in Toronto. God, I thought it was cold here. Organ, are we doing for OBS or Streamlabs? I'm on Streamlabs at the moment, Organ, although I do keep having some issues with that. Lightspeed, it's snowing in Scotland. We've got 2.5 inches of snow. Whereabouts in Scotland then, Lightspeed, if you don't mind me asking? Oh my, wow. Nick, you did this yesterday, the day before, I can't recall. Nick gifting 10 EasyJet Sim Pilot channel memberships. That is incredible considering that you literally did that less than 48 hours ago. So welcome to our new channel members, courtesy of channel legend Nick, Wasp, Andy, Lightspeed, Maz, Tenor, Temsky, Ian, Steve, Elias, Savers as well. Guys, welcome to channel membership. So great to have you here. But even better, thank you so much, Nick, for your continued support. I know you love a good long haul flight, Nick. That's it, isn't it? I did think about you when I was setting this up. I thought Nick's going to be all over this. I absolutely love a long haul flight. You miss long haul Fridays, don't you, Nick? Aeromed says, makes you appreciate flying the A320 by flying the A300. You can see, yeah, you can see where Airbus developed everything, didn't they? Nick, you missed them so much. I know, Nick, I know. Life gets in the way, doesn't it, sadly? Right, I'll have a look at our flight route, see if there's going to be any sort of little shortcuts we can take. I'm guessing not, to be honest. I don't think it's one of those flights. I think it's pretty direct most of the way there. We're headed towards Anito now. We're 94 miles away from that. But yeah, that's a pretty straight line, isn't it? I'm just looking at the time here. It says it's going to be like 11:30 UK time when we get in. I need some tailwind. That's what I need. Yeah, I do. Some people drive with the window down. He flies with the door open. Andy, I can't just walk off the flight deck, chuck the kids a packet of crisps. Yeah. Oh. Not that I'm saying that they would be against that. They'd probably be quite happy, but it's not the done thing, is it? Wally, you missed the Sunday drinking games. What was it, Nick? Every time we saw a church, I'll always remember that. I think it was a church when we were doing the I-95 stream again, back when there was so much time to do stuff. Every time Nick saw a church, he had to have a drink. I think he fell off his chair by the end. Lemon also missing the GA flying streams. So this is where do we get all the ETOPS stuff then? So we're currently, well, that's just an absolute pain to try and look at. So we're now in, I think we're pretty much headed towards the Jakarta flight information region at the moment. Just have a look if there's anything on the flight, because I'm not au fait with ETOPS or how that works. It might be at the end of the flight plan section or here. ETOPS rule time is 180 minutes, 3 hours on one engine. Wow. So I don't even know what SAP stands for. Safe Airport? No idea. Yeah, so this part of the flight plan, I don't understand. I can't decode this for you because it's not in my remit. I'm surprised actually that the EasyJet OFP has this section available in it. I can't recall an EasyJet flight having to do ETOPS. Wasp, heads up, Brisbane ATC is currently online and you will hit his airspace over Northern Oz. Wasp, it's not so much a heads up that, mate, because we're not going to be there for about 5 hours, I'm guessing. You may have logged off by then. Hey, Thick Moisty, good day from Sydney. Good to see you, Thick. Glad to see us flying to Australia for once. Right, so Stuff 87, long haul indeed. It is a flight to the Gold Coast, which don't exactly have many long haul flights. As I say, this is pretty much the most recent one I could find, which was only yesterday, I think. Kuala Lumpur to the Gold Coast. Obviously, most of them will be flying into the larger airports in Australia. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Would you like a drink, tea, coffee, or water?
Oh, I'll have a cup of tea, please.
No problem. I'll get it for you now.
And I bet, even if I unlock the flight deck door, she's still going to make me go and get it myself. Lemon, what do I think of the Innobuild A300 so far? I love it. I think it's a great aircraft. And yeah, you can see that sort of transition from where it all began to where we are now with the A320. Why do I say the A320 where we are now? That's still, what is it, 30 years old? 84, I think it got its license. Oh god, that's 40 years old. Might not have been 84, might have been a bit later than that. And now, of course, we've got the A350 and A380, which, again, I'm not familiar with their systems, but I'm going to guess that the logic is still quite similar to the 320, as the 320 was similar to the A300. Here comes my cup of tea. Hello.
Hi, Captain. I've made your drinks. They're waiting for you in the galley area.
Thank you.
No problem.
I think mostly says it would normally be a flight to Brisbane. Yeah, that... I mean, the great thing about the Gold Coast airport is not only is it quite scenic around there, but it's going to be a great airport to pick up if you like flying flights of about an hour to 2 hours duration. 737s and A320s both fly into there from Sydney, from... Oh, in fact, hang on. Well, don't take my word for it. We'll load up FR24. In fact, these are, funnily enough, I was just checking on A300 flights. There you go. There's some cargo flights all flying at the moment, A300s. Yes. So, there's the shadow line, of course. Now, I've got to find the Gold Coast Airport. Where is it? It's one of these dots around here. Not that one. Is it further north? Oh, it's there. There we are. Yeah, so there you go. Flights to Perth, Sydney, which also, if you're a fan of the BAE 146, they take one of those into there as well, which is great. Lots of flights from Sydney, actually. I have no idea where Denpasar is. Melbourne, Auckland. Yeah, so if you want to go from New Zealand, there's some great New Zealand flights out of the Gold Coast. So it is just a great little all-round airport, really. Lots of variation in the types of flights you can do from there or to there. Lots of different airlines and aircraft as well, it seems. So I wanted to preview this airport as well for you today with Orbx, but I had two options. One was a flight from maybe Sydney up there, which is about an hour and a bit. The other was doing what we're doing now, and yeah, we've got time to do that today, which is wonderful. Lemon, you love how you don't answer the cabin crew ring right away. Well, you guys are more important than a cabin crew ring. Definitely. Santa says Denpasar is... Oh, is that Bali? Oh, well, there you go. If you want to get to Bali, then there's another route. Airdog says loves the Gold Coast. You just woke up from your sleep. The flying is better. I think, how long is this flight time estimated to be? About 8 hours in total. Yeah, so it's... will probably turn out to be one of the longest streams we've done, to be honest. Old Novice just gone midnight here, calling it a day. Have a good flight. Probably be awake for the landing, but too busy to watch. Fair enough. Says enjoy Kuala Lumpar. Is that's not the actual name of the airport, though, is it? It is just called the Gold Coast Airport, I think. Yeah, I believe so. No idea. There's a lot of airfields and airports scattered across Australia, isn't there? More than I thought. The size of Australia is just incomprehensible. The fact that most of Europe fits inside it, and we just think of it as this small little blob in the bottom right of our maps. Dog, have I ever been to Australia? No, sadly not. Love to go one day. Well, I would, but then I keep seeing the kinds of animals that they have living there, and I keep thinking, oh no. I'm not particularly a fan of the spiders we have in this country. And I've seen pictures that some of the family we've got living over there of centres. I'm just like, nah. I'm quite happy here in the UK, thank you. Oh, Brendan, we're flying to your hometown. That is awesome. Excellent. Did you have a thunderstorm there earlier today? Oh, wait, it says Kuala Lumpar is the suburb of the airport's located in. Fair enough. Yeah, the reason I know that, Brendan, is so I've got family that live there, so I'm quite excited to do this flight. And yeah, their house was apparently struck. All's fine. But they were really good because the new TV they just got was bust. I mean, that's the only thing that gets wiped out by a lightning bolt. I mean, you've probably done all right, haven't you? Johnny says, "Yeah, I'll pass on the spiders as well." Yeah. Lemons, spiders, snakes, two creatures that freak him out. Yep. Thick Moisty says Australian animals aren't that bad. You encounter them maybe 3 times a fortnight. Yeah, that's 3 times too many. If you're staying in the urban areas, there isn't much to worry about. I mean, there are some Australian animals. I think gorgeous koalas, kangaroos. I bet, you know, marsupials don't. Are they marsupials? I don't know. I might have made that up. But you know, things that don't have 8 legs or slither along, I'm okay with those animals. It's the 8-legged freaks I don't like. I think Moisty says equip yourself with some Morten and you'll be fine. What the heck's that? I mean, all we have over here in the UK is wasps killer spray. I can't stand them either. Aaron May says I've seen those animals and insects. They're better for the zoo, not roaming around the streets. Oh, I think Moisty, is that an insect and spider killer spray? Yeah, but do you know what? I still feel like the size of those spiders and huntsman things over there, that are like the size of my hand. If I go towards that and start spraying it with something, it's just going to turn around and eat me. And the spray. Yeah. Oh, that makes me shiver just thinking about it. Andy Boy says, got MiniFCU in the mail yesterday, did a quick flight and loves it. Fantastic bit of kit. Glad you're enjoying it, Andy. It is, it's awesome, isn't it? Airdog says huntsmans are cute. No, they're not. What? They're not cute. Cats are cute. Dogs are cute. Guinea pigs and hamsters are cute. Huntsmen see them as snacks. Air dog, you've held one. See, I'm not sure. Huntsmen, they're not poisonous, are they? Are they poisonous? Or are they just flipping big? Organ says gonna have to do some homework soon, but keep us on in the background. Yeah, just for company, Organ. Andy says the USB cable appears to be longer than the first batch of MiniFCUs. That's good. That's good. And I think this is something all flight sim hardware developers need to respect. Usually the hardware needs to be positioned quite a long way away from the PC sometimes, and so I think a long USB cable is a bit of a must. Levin says my cat would run away if it saw such a creature. Yeah, mine too. I think Moisey says huntsmen are the friendly ones, as long as you leave them alone. Yeah, but what if you don't leave them alone? What if you burn the house down that they're in? Brendan says the thing you have to watch out for here is drop bears. What are they? They sound like a kind of sweets my kids eat. That might be gummy bears. What's a drop bear? Nick, and they can jump. Oh yeah, huntsmans can jump. Johnny, what's a huntsman? A huntsman is a freakishly large spider that lives in Australia. I don't like them. Air dogs, search up drop bears, they're amazing. Hang on then. Let's have a look. What are you getting me into here? Drop bear is a fictional creature. What? A carnivorous version of the koala. This imaginary animal is spoken about in tales designed to scare tourists. Have I just been taken for an absolute ride? Well played, Brendan. Well played. Anyone watching this now knows about it, so you'll never get them again. Oh my god, there's actually a map of the place they're supposed to live. And look at the face. But then Australian Geographic says drop bears target tourists. Are drop bears real? I thought you were talking about a kind of spider or something. Ooh. Well, I'm not sure if I've learnt anything there or not. Thick Moisey, you're forgetting about the sharks in Australia. I'm not forgetting about them. I'm just not going swimming in Australian waters. I may paddle to a depth of which a shark would beach before it reached me. Awful things. I mean, they're not, are they? I prefer to respect animals, as in, this is your land, this is where you, this is your ocean, this is where you live, you're the king of the ocean, if we're here, that's our own fault, kind of thing. Air dog, you can't miss out on the beaches, they're too good. I agree with that. The beaches in Australia are absolutely stunning. but I'd rather stay on the beach. Yardy says going to lurk for a bit. See you soon. Thanks, Yardy. See you soon, mate. So yeah, just looking at our estimated time of arrival is around 23:27 UTC, which that's fine. How much does this thing burn in the cruise then? It says about 6 tons an hour, maybe a little bit more. Dark Fury, I knew you'd mention Bondi Beach. I think Moisey says we have the best beaches and all the deadliest sharks. Funnily enough, isn't it the nice beaches what those sharks actually like, though? That's the issue. Andy says even the jellyfish want to kill you in Australia. I respect all animals, unless they've got 8 legs. I mean, I've never been a fan of spiders. I mean, I don't know that many people that are, to be truly frank with you. But I do think that, you know, in the past, if I saw a spider, even a small one, you know, it's like the size of a 5p piece, you know, when I was younger, it used to like freak me out and oh my god, please get rid of it, do something to it, I hate it. And we're talking small things here. Nowadays though, and I don't know how many other men will empathise with this, but nowadays suddenly when you've got children around and they're your kids and they see a spider, you can't be like scared in front of them. You got, oh yeah, that's really cute, isn't it? Look at it, it's really nice. Should we pop it on a piece of paper and get rid of it? And then somehow you manage to summon up the courage deep within yourself to get this little spider on a piece of paper and take it outside and drop it. And the kids are all loving it and think it's great, it's wonderful. Meanwhile, you're just holding back the tears as you get rid of this spider and things. But I think it's fair to say that I've had to do that quite a lot now, and the small ones over here, this is, I say, we're in the UK, we don't get massive ones. The small ones over here that I'm all right with now, and like my kids, some of them, they'll let them run all over their fingers and up their arms, and I'm like, yeah, I probably wouldn't do that. But I do have a limit on the size before they get Dysoned, other hoovers are available. Andy says the deadliest thing we have in Canada is probably a grizzly or a polar bear. At least you can see them coming. That's true. That is very, very true. Johnny says they're in Chicago. Daddy longlegs are freaky enough. As a general rule of thumb, any spider is a no-go for me. I mean, my wife is pretty petrified of spiders, any size. She doesn't like spiders. She will shout me or sometimes the kids to get rid of one. Which I guess must be a little bit embarrassing when your 5-year-old can get rid of the spider for you. But what I can't work out is that she is petrified of spiders, any size, but she's absolutely fine with daddy longlegs. She'll pick those up and pop them outside. I'm like, it's just a spider with wings. It's worse. No. Fruitbat says the UK can be dangerous enough. You were bitten by a squirrel many years ago. You still have the scar. What? How did a squirrel even get close enough to you? Every time I approach a squirrel, it shoots off. Mind you, I used to have a dog with me. Anyways, when you lived in Hawaii, where you would just capture geckos, put them in the house, and you never saw a spider in 3 years. Yeah, I think I'd rather have a gecko in the house than a spider, honestly. Definitely. Air says, I know what happened. Your kids are Aussies. Probably. Well, 2 out of 4 of them might be. RH Milky Boy, hello. Hope you're doing well. Fruitbat says they're super tame round here. Too many people are feeding them. Well, yeah, I suppose they get desensitized to that, I guess, after a while. Wally says, come and get some of these Florida critters. What, like crocodiles? At least you can see those. And the next movie, spiders on a plane. I tend to think that would probably have been more realistic than snakes on a plane. I haven't seen that film since forever. Lightspeed says this aircraft is giving you FSX vibes. I think it's it's better looking than FSX. Falzera, hello, hope you're doing well. Airdog, your planes get sprayed quite a lot, so it's unlikely. That's fair. There was a report, wasn't there, on YouTube not long ago about an aircraft that, it was only a small sort of GA aircraft, private aircraft, that took off and a snake like crawled out from under the seat or something. The pilot managed to stay calm, cool and land it. Fair play to that guy. Do you have a local time shown on here as well? Uh, 1621 Zulu. Oh, I thought it showed local time somewhere. Ignore the time that we were meant to depart. That is very wrong. Hey, Planes for Life. Good to see you. Lightspeed says the tablet is copied straight from the fly-by-wire. Indeed it is, yeah, it uses the same thing, but fly-by-wire wasn't FSX. Fly-by-wire didn't exist before Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. Oh wow, she's going to bring me some biscuits. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Would you like some food?
Yeah, I'll just have a snack before the main meal, thanks.
No problem. I'll get it for you now.
Legend, you've lost my lights. Still on. I'll put my wing lights on. Does that make a difference for you? Probably can't see them that much either, can you? No idea where we are, by the way. We're just coming up on PKP, wherever that is. VOR. Let's have a look. Oh, it's there. There's an airport there as well. Could we get in there if something went bang? Looks long enough. Situational awareness, all that stuff. Longest runway, about 2.2 kilometers. Yeah, we probably could. RMP approach. Yeah. Do that. JK Crazy, thank you so much for the sub. Hey Valzeras, good to see you. I'm glad you're new here. Sadly not, no. Bam says he's just got the MiniFCU working with the 787 Dreamliner. That is awesome. Says thanks again for making me aware of the super helpful video on how to set it up. Bam, that is brilliant. You're going to be flying happily now a Boeing Airbus with the top-notch Airbus hardware. Lemon, you wish Headwind will update the cockpit test just like the flyby. They have done, Lemon. They are doing. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. It's coming. But they're also working on their own flight deck as well, so that it looks like an A320 flight deck. So you're going to have the you know, the correct configuration down here. You're going to have the third McDo and the pedestal. The overhead's going to be correct. Because one of the big things is, oh, hang on. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Your food is ready for you in the galley whenever you want it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, because obviously one of the things as well is the APU and the engine fire tests are in a different place on the 330. So that's just one thing. And the reason for that is because the 330 and the 340 were essentially exactly the same. And obviously on the 330 you've only got 2 engines, whereas on the 340 you needed 4 engines to test the fires for. So the APU fire test was, I think it's over here, if I recall. So it is slightly different. Lewis Ryan celebrating 31 months of channel membership. That is incredible support. Hey Lewis, how are you doing? Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. It's been a while as well, Lewis, so hope you're doing well. And Airdog super chatting $5 Australian, mate. Thank you so much. It says, here you go, mate. $5 Aussie dollars to buy a good old Bunning Snag or pie when you arrive. Hope you enjoy your stay in the Sunshine State. Do you know what, Airdog? I wish I was going there in real life. Again, nasty critters aside. But thank you so much, Airdog. I really do appreciate your support and being here today. And yes, as I say, it's. I mean, what time is it where you are, mate? Well, it must be approaching very late, and we're looking to arrive at about 23:22 UTC. So I'm guessing that's going to be about. Is that about 8:30 in the morning where you'll be? So yeah. Wolfman, fuel on board, 50 ton. Yeah, we are an A330. I know it's confusing. We are an A330, not an A320. That's why we've got 50 ton on board. Just before you probably wouldn't have known it from that view, to be fair. But yes, there it is. I don't think we need the wing lights on, do we? Oh, no, not them. Thank you. Lewis, when are we due to land? About 11:30 tonight, mate. Long flight. Bam says it's ironic that he flies a full Airbus, side stick, throttle and FCU set with a Boeing. Bam, the Airbus is calling to you. Bam, you need the Airbus, that's what you need. Oh, Lewis, you've moved house as well. Oh, you have been a busy boy. Hope that went well. Hope it went well. We're going to be flying higher than 310. Well, 35 is planned, but I mean, we could probably get to 33 safely now. So I will do that. You know, 330 is probably okay. Turn these lights up. Huh? I could make it really neat, couldn't I? If we just give that a twist. Turn that down. There. Can't find my sandwich though if I have it with this lighting. Yeah, go on then. Thrust, climb, open climb, and 330. Dark says he just found me below you. What flight level are you at, Dark? And Qantas 201 from 72200. What flight level are you currently at? He's not listening to me. I think that's his call sign, isn't it? Qantas 201.
This is under 200, Qantas 201. We're at 350. We have you on TCAS, 2.5 miles behind.
Ah. We haven't got a bit all. Roger that, thanks. I'll do 200. So if he's behind us... Oh, there he is. His Boeing engines ripping over the top of us. That's interesting. We've not come up on my TCAS there. Might pop on in a moment. Hey Angus, good to see you. Says we're following your Fenix GSX video, but do you have any tips to get it working with self-loading cargo? Self-loading cargo GSX doesn't seem to work well together. No, Angus, I tend to just launch self-loading cargo with everything already fully loaded, and then once GSX has loaded all the passengers in, I then basically hit the fly now button, and that seems to work well for me. Does a decent job. Just set TCAS to above. I don't think I can't see. We'll put the lights back on. What was it set to? All. That'll work. So where is he? Still can't see him. Oh well. We should still see him actually, even if I set that to below. That's fine. I'm going to put that on auto as well now, as we are well out of the way of Kuala Lumpur airspace now, and we're back into alt cruise, so that's fine. Boeing beats Airbus. It does, but only in speed. Bacchus, one eye on the stream, one eye on the bowls. Fair enough, Bacchus. Good to know you're there though, lurking. Organ, do I have an EasyJet sim pilot livery for the A330? No, I do not. I think that'd be blasphemous. We tried it once. We had an EasyJet sim pilot livery for the CRJ, and that ended up in a ditch somewhere. So we've called time on that. Lemon, have I ever played Dota 2 or League of Legends? I have no idea what they are, Lemon. I'm far too old. My eldest got a game yesterday that he wanted to buy for the Nintendo Switch. I've never even heard of it. Oh, do you know what was it called now? Anyway, he's been playing it the last couple of days, and his younger sisters find it very funny and amusing to watch. It's something like human fall down, no bones, or something saggy, floppy human, and it's a sort of game with this human-looking kind of character that you've just got to do tasks to get to the next level and sort of things. I have no idea. It's not got a catchy name, I know that much, otherwise I'd be able to remember it, other than saggy, floppy human fall down. Hey, Captain H&W, hello. Good evening, says nice long haul, though not as long as a fighter pilot based in my former hometown is making tonight. He is replacing the Gripen jet to Falcon rocket going to space. Oh my god. Wow, that is awesome. That is very cool, Captain. Very cool indeed. Bam, the one thing the Airbus has over the Boeing is the sound of the PTU dog barking. Yeah, not sure that's the main thing to judge an aircraft by, the sound it makes. Though I do like the buzz saw of the engines, the CFM engines. So what? We pushed back an hour and 23 minutes ago. That's about 13 minutes taxi. That's fine. We've been airborne for an hour and 10. Only another 7 hours to go. Time flies when you're having fun though, right? I'm definitely going to need more tea. It might slowly turn to beer as the night goes on. AV8, that's the one. Human fall flat. What? I mean, clearly the marketing department just pulled some guy off the street and asked them to name the game after playing it for 2 minutes. Human fall flat. They surely could have come up with something better than that. Macam, good afternoon to you. Great to see you coming on board tonight. I mean, to be fair, Evie, my lad's only 8. No, he isn't. He's had a birthday. He's 9. So it's it appeals to him. Gives him something to do. He has to think about things as well. It's a bit of a logical slant to it, so there's something to be said. He could be playing much worse. Look, is it true that an A350 is coming out to Microsoft Flight Simulator soon? It is true that an A350 is coming out to Microsoft Flight Simulator, but we don't know when. Bombtech, it is a child's game. It's absolutely a child's game. See, I think at his age, we'd got Tetris and Sonic the Hedgehog. A Minesweeper, which was one of those games very few people, I think, ever actually understood. Malcolm says you'll love the Gold Coast update. Gorgeous airport and a brilliant update by the Orbx team. Yeah, well, hopefully, say we'll see that soon. I said soon. That's a complete lie. Actually, the time now that we've just climbed a couple of thousand feet, we're obviously a bit more fuel efficient now. The time has jumped to 23:11, so we might be earlier than 11:30 UK time that we get in. So that'd be nice. Airmay is nothing more fun than going into the Southwest Airline Pilots Lounge saying Airbus is superior. You like to live dangerously. Question though, how do you get into the Southwest Airline Pilots Lounge? Bombtech, when you were little, you had Atari. Here's a great question for the chat. So anyone who was at sort of junior school in the 90s then, junior school in the 90s, we had a BBC computer, iconic with the black keyboard, but the red F keys at the top. And I'm trying to think of the games that we used to have. You used to have like one of those computers in a school. I'm trying to think of the game that we had on it. Oh, it was some sort of game with what we thought were incredible graphics. And you had to try and find someone or something, and randomly, if you went the wrong way, the witch would get you. Oh, what was that game called? I can't remember what it was called. And like 3 people used to go on it at a time. You were very special if you were invited to go and play that game for half an hour. Back here, so you missed the days of the Spectrum and the Amiga. I had so many great games for the Amiga. I was a bit older when I got the Amiga. I was sort of, I might have been 10, 11, 12 maybe. But I had some great games on the Amiga. Elite, Chris, yeah, Elite, obviously one of them. I had an A320 simulator on the Amiga. That was my first A320 simulator. Oh, wait a minute, if you work for Southwest, that absolutely helps, yes. So do you just walk in there asking them if any pilots left their door anywhere. Nick, you played a flight sim on the BBC. Really? What was that? Amicha, is junior school the same as primary school? No, primary school's right. Yeah, I should have said that. It is. It's primary school. Pepinali, you had a BBC in high school in the 90s. Fair enough. I didn't have the Amiga 2000. Mine was the Amiga 500. So I remember the Amiga 500. I had some great games on that. I had an A320 simulator. Populous, for anyone that remembers that brand. What else did I have? SimCity, of course. SimCity was on there. I always preferred it on the Super Nintendo SimCity. It had a much better soundtrack. And seemed a bit more detailed. I'm trying to think of other games I played on that. There was something with a dragon, or it was a bit like a T-Rex. You had to go around eating people and setting fire to things. It was a bit strange, but I liked that. Yes, Bacchius, the original Microprose Railroad Tycoon. Loved that. Except, I actually, out of that, I preferred Transport Tycoon. I thought Transport Tycoon was brilliant. Start with a little bus company, build your money up, add into it a little rail line. When you got some money, I spent hours on that thing. Hey, Sean Duff, good afternoon to you. Everyone's just finishing work now, aren't they? Logging off. Thick Moisty says it's off for the night. Enjoy the flight. Wish you a smooth landing in this butter machine. Well, Thick Moisty, if you're around in about 7 hours' time after sleeping, then you will still be here, hopefully. Elite Chan, good evening. Doom was a great game. I never played Doom, but I did play... Oh, what was it called? I think it might have been on PC though, not on Amiga. Oh, Duke Nukem. Yes, Duke Nukem. Anyone remember that? What a name. Nukem. I've only just got that now, I'm older. I'm trying to think of some of the other games that I had in the past. Yankee Delta Zulu, yeah, it is the A330 today. I think it's great that this is a real world flight as well. This is actually a route that's flown by Air Asia. Commander Keen, yes, PSV Volley. I remember having Commander Keen as well. Jet Set Willy, I definitely don't remember that. DMA, have I ever had the sim crash when on a long haul? Because it happened to me yesterday in the A330 from Heathrow to Dubai on VATSIM. I've not. But if we do have a sim crash, I will be able to restart it. The only thing you really need to be able to remember is where you are. We're at Rompka with about 48 tons. So we could restart it if we needed to. I'm hoping we don't need to, obviously. Bomtate, do you all remember the Snakes game on the Nokia phones? Yes. And spending far too long customizing and creating my own ringtones. Yankee Delta Zulu, don't worry, Headwind are sorting out the cockpit. They are on with that, so it looks more realistic like the new A320NXs, yeah. So if you're doing Heathrow to Zagreb right now, who's that with? Is that a BA flight? Amicha, when you say the BBC computer, do you mean the British Broadcasting Corporation? No, it was... Well, I don't think so. That is a really good question. I don't think it was associated with the British Broadcorping Castration, was it? I think it was just the... I don't know what it stood for. I've no idea. Oh, Sean was actually sponsored by the BBC. Really? I didn't know I had no idea that was actually sponsored by the BBC. And then Aviates comes and says it was not associated with the BBC. What was it? Was it as part of their computer education TV shows? You see, this is the kind of stuff that you do on long-haul flights. Hang on. So, we've learnt about drop bears and been taken on by that. BBC computer. Yeah, that's it. That's it, I remember that. Oh, so it was actually called a BBC Micro, is that right? Let's go to Wikipedia, why not? That's definitely what it looked like. A series of microcomputers designed and built by Acorn. I remember Acorn. Project of the BBC, designed with an emphasis on education. Notable for its ruggedness, expandability and the quality of its operating system. Wow. I had no idea it was something to do with the BBC. You used to connect it to a TV, I think, Lemon. 8-bit home computer, 8-bit. Introductory price, £235. Sold over 1.5 million of them. Ours had a floppy disk, you know, the very big original floppy disks. Not the small, what was it, 3.5 inch ones. I'm trying to see what games you could get on that. We could just Google all sorts of rubbish, couldn't we, whilst we're on a long-haul flight? Yes, that's the one I was thinking of, Granny's Garden. I'm sure that was the name of it. Yes, this was it. I remember playing this. You know, I told you where the witch got you. Yeah. Oh, wow, I can't believe I'm just having a complete nostalgia moment here. Mark just said it as well. Granny's Garden was the one at his school. The witch came at the end, Mark. That's it, and got you. And that was it. You hated that at school because if the witch got you, that was it. Game over. It was someone else's turn to have a go. Yeah. Granny's Garden. I've got to find some. Now I know the name of it. I need to find some screenshots of that. Granny's Garden. It was an educational game, was it? Are you sure? Let's have a look at some images. Oh, yes, yes, yeah, that's it, I remember. I suppose, actually, it was educational now, because, yeah, I remember. You had to... It gave you questions, didn't it? There is a magic tree here. Which one do you think it is? You could probably still play that if you got an emulator for the PC. I mean, I'm not that desperate, to be honest. But... you're probably right. Look at that, the red dragon eats oranges, the green dragon hates them, the blue dragon loves them, the yellow dragon eats them. Oh, I've got to press the space bar for the next bit. And then the witch got you. I mean, that is some drawing, isn't it, of the witch? What is the secret word on the house? Man, I can't even get that now. Is that fig? F-I-G? Is that a word? Yep, and used to attach it to a computer screen there, like you can see at the top right. And then you had to choose where to go. The lake, the castle, the hill, the cottage, the forest. Used to make a real, like, 8-bit computer noise as well when the witch got you. Angus says, don't wish to lower the tone, but that was a risky Google search. It's fine. I've literally got my my finger hovering over the get rid of the tablet screen just in case. Oh, did you have to find people? I'm trying to remember. He says, look there, top left. Well done, you've now found Esther. Remember this password, Snow. Oh, I can't actually remember the aim of the game. No idea. Dennis, we're all showing our age. I know. Aeromates, we've come so far, haven't we? We have. But isn't it nice to reminisce? I like reminiscing. Great fun. Great fun. Becky says, when you think about it, we were really in on the beginning of the technology age, and now look where we are. I know. Looking at just something as simple as this around us, what we've got in this simulator now, compared to what we've just looked at on the internet, that is amazing, isn't it? Lemon, did you play Hogwarts Legacy? That game looks astonishing. No, I've never heard that. Never heard of that one. Mark, it was definitely a treat if you got to have a go on that. But you used to have to share it at our school with like 2 or 3 people. You never went on it on your own. It was just, you know, if you'd done some really, really good work. Ethan Vu says, I'm sat here, been born in 2009. Alright, Ethan, don't rub it in. You've never known a world without an iPhone. I mean, we look at technology now like our parents probably look and think about combi boilers. Right, a few minutes, guys, and I'm going to have to abandon our plane. So the plan will be that, yeah, I'm obviously the stream will carry on, and it will be running whilst I go and see to our children, family, have some food, etc. So I am going to be away for, what time is it, 5, 6 hours? Probably away for about 3 hours, and then between 2 and 3 hours, and then I will be back for the last couple of hours. Sunrise, Australia, Gold Coast, which is I'm not sure I've ever done anything like this before, where we've left the stream running and disappeared for a bit and come back. I think we might have done it once before, and hopefully it'll be fine. All shall be good. I will disconnect off the VATSIM network while we do it, though, just in case. Amicia, what was the very first version of Flight Simulator that used? It was called A380, and it was on the Amiga. It was on the Amiga 500. It was, and it was written by a Lufthansa pilot, obviously based in Germany, which, when it came shipped as well, when it came shipped with approach charts for most of Europe, big heavy books. It came with Jeppesen or Pooley's flight charts as well. It was this. Yeah, that was it. A320 Airbus, an Amiga flight simulation game released in 1991. This was the first one that I ever played. Yeah, you got a briefing at the start as well. It was, I guess for its day, it was incredibly good. Oh my word, look at that. I mean, that looks absolutely nothing like an Airbus. But fair enough. I couldn't tell you how to play this now, it was that long ago. But it did auto land, picked up the ILS and you could auto land it. Lemon, we need a stream special where I play this game. I wouldn't know how. Would not know how. I bet you can get it now, can't you? It'll be available for free, won't it? Because it's just that old. But what was really impressive is the amount of charts that it came with, because you had to put, you had to put a lot of stuff in. So you had, by Lufthansa, you had a really thick A5 pad of charts. You had the approach charts, you had the airport charts. It was, it was incredible. Oh wow, they did an Amiga bundle. Lightspeed's put an emulator in the Discord server. Fair enough. I honestly can't recall if it had things like weather and stuff like that. Is that volume 2? There was a volume 2? I never knew that. Yeah, that's what it came with, look. It came with a full pilot manual, really thick books. So they put a lot of work into it. Oh, where's that gone? I was just trying to show you a picture of the manual that I think I found there. Yeah, there you are, look at that. Look at all this stuff that it came with. You got proper charts that you had to go through. It wasn't for the faint-hearted. Good old flight plan. I definitely don't remember having air traffic control. Guten Tag, this is... Guten Tag, this is Aldergrove approach. They might not welcome you with Guten Tag. Imagine using those charts for VATSIM these days. I know, right? I know. So, with that, yeah, I'm going to leave you guys to go and research that and watch some old YouTube images of that game. Keep us open in a second window. And, oh my word, did anyone else see that? Dark, you're flying. Anyone just seen lightning?
Ladies and gentlemen, take advantage today of some fantastic savings and offers from our in-flight magazine. This can be found in the back pocket of the seat in front of you. These shopping ideas and gifts offer you tax-free savings, with many items not available anywhere else and exclusive to you during your flight today. Our cabin crew will be around shortly to also offer you the chance to purchase airline lottery tickets. There is a chance to win some fantastic prizes, including cash and holidays.
Hey, Barry Barson's here. Hello, Barry. Good to see you. Andy, that was lightning. Dark Fury says nothing on his weather radar. Fine. I'm sorry, there's definitely lightning somewhere, isn't there? Definitely lightning somewhere. Can't actually see any clouds though, which is interesting. And I can see the lights from Dark Fury ahead of us as well. Johnny, I was just thinking that. Sure, I want to leave. I don't want to, but might have to. We're flying through actually some light clouds. I've just seen. I just need the sky to light up so I can get, because the weather radar doesn't work. I need the sky to light up so I can see what I've got to avoid. Let's have a look out. Just ask the passengers. Can you tell us if you can see any clouds out your window, please? I think that lightning storm, most of it might be over there to the east of us. Leanna, thank you, I won't forget. So guys, if you are enjoying the long haul flight, please do leave a like if, like me, we're just going to go grab some food and things. Do we need anti-ice on? Temperature range are we into? We are in the icing range. It's only minus 35. So we'll look out the other window, see what we've got out there. I'm going to play it safe. Let's pop that on. I'll come back and check it a bit. Dark Fury has appeared on TCAS now, a couple of thousand feet above us. I can't get up to flight level 350 because, yeah, well, we can't. Oh, how I wish the weather radar worked, but never mind. Well, I will, I'm going to say I'll leave you with a nice view. I'm not sure which view I can leave you with, because it's dark at that side. There's very little to see out there in the pitch black. There'll be a lining down there. So I think we're just going to stick with a cockpit view then, aren't we? So guys, I will be back. I'll be looking about the chat as well as I can, making sure things are all okay, checking in on the stream, etc. So thank you for joining us for the first part of this long haul. The stream will continue. Whoa, that looks big. I enjoyed the lightning storm while I'm away. Hopefully we'll still be here when I return. And yeah, I think it's going to be about probably 8 PM UK time, 2000 hours Zulu time, when I shall be back. Dark Fury, if things get bumpy, send me a DM. Let me know I need to sort it out. But until then, guys, I will. I'm going for my comfort break. Relief Pilot will take over, and I'll see you all very soon. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. And yeah, what a view we've got for the next couple of hours. See you in a little bit, and I will be back in a few hours. It's alright, guys. Enjoy the flight.
would like to purchase anything from our catalogue, please contact one of the crew as they walk by. You should also place your tray in the down position and have your payment ready. We cannot swap currencies at this time, but we do accept all major credit cards, as well as cash for smaller value items. Please make sure the aisles are clear as the cabin crew make their way around the aircraft. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we will be starting the in-flight drinks service. If you could please ensure all aisles are clear and bags are placed in the overhead lockers, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. about to serve our drinks menu. Choose from our menu of hot tea and coffee or a variety of soft drinks. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. Thank you. like a drink. No problem. If you change your mind, just give me a call.
Oh, right, hello everyone. I am back. Had my little cabin rest. Let me get the rid of the text at the top. And then we'll have a look how we're doing. So how is everyone? We're, I can see from the bar at the top already, we're over halfway there. So that's good. Our estimated time of arrival is still around 2,300 hours, which is, I mean, what's that? That's about 3.5 hours away. Oh, it's going to be a late night, but at least I get to spend it with you guys. I'm going to reconnect as well back to VATSIM now. We've got nothing on TCAS around us, so I'm checked. And Verb Jim Tim also says on Twitch, hi Gavin, don't know if we're checking the chat. Well, I certainly am now, but we can expect tower upon the arrival. That is awesome. Can't wait to check out the Aussie ATC. Aussie ATC is always just chilled and relaxed, which is exactly what you'd expect, I guess. Right, anti-ice is not required anymore. Let's get rid of that. We'll do some fuel checks. I'll work out where on earth we are, and yes, we'll get some situational awareness back up. Main thing though, I've got a cup of tea to keep us going. In fact, I've got 2 cups of tea, so I might have to disappear and go and make a third one. Back here says we have movement. Yep, we do indeed. We're back. We're back. So I'm going to do a fuel check because obviously I'm in selected speed just because we're trying to get there. We're trying to keep up with Dark Fury. Trying to get there as soon as we can. What we got? We got 31.3 tons. Well, let's have a look where we are. We've just passed. What waypoint we just passed? We're headed towards Boydie, and we've passed ARG. Well, let's have a look at our operational flight plan then and see what we've got. So I'm just checking that this is going to load in. There we are. So ARG. First of all, I can't remember what extra fuel we took. Let me have a look. Where's my pen gone? Thank you. So we've got 54 tons, more or less, and we took 59. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5 tons plus 2 contingency. So we've got 7 ton extra. Let me have a look and see. We've been travelling for 4 hours and 20 minutes now. So we passed Argyle probably about 4 minutes ago, so we should have 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 32 tons. We've got just under 32 tons. Bear in mind we have just passed it though, so that's okay. I'm quite happy to remain in selected speed. And our fuel is absolutely fine. Verb James says, yeah, island vibes, because after all, you're just a big island. You were a massive island, though. A massive island. Dark, have we got no flight plan on VATSIM? Thank you for checking that. I will sort that out now. I think we can do this whilst we're logged on. It's probably because we're logged off, isn't it? So let's just file that flight plan. Hopefully it'll all be fine. Call signs in use. Be sure you're stationary on the ground and try again 9 seconds. Stationary on the ground? Oh, that's no good. Right, hang on. If I disconnect then off the network, if we do that, we've disconnected off the network, so no one's using it. Can I now refile it and then reconnect? That should work, I think. Right, we've reconnected. Hopefully we'll see Dark Fury's jet appear. Back on TCAS in a moment. DMA, thank you. Welcome back to you. Verb, you can give the flight plan info. We'll just add it in on the back end. Don't worry, Verb. I think I've just done it. I'm going to double check that. Yeah, it's all in. It should be there, so you should be able to see it, Verb, on your system now. Phew. That's good. Managed to get that sorted. DMA currently on a flight from Gatwick to Berlin. Is that on VATSIM? I bet there's loads of aircraft around. Right, when's this sun meant to rise? I half expected to come back and see a glimmer of something, but I'm looking out there and I can't see a thing. Lemon says, welcome back, Gavin. Did you take a good sleep in the cosy seats at the back of the plane? Oh, yeah, well, some of the first class cabins were empty, so you know. I had a nice meal. I had a lovely meal. Unfortunately, I had to cook it myself. Right, there we go. Dark Fury's back. Can we get up any higher then? We wanted 3.5, so we're getting close. I mean, there's nothing sort of legally stopping us, but we've only got 300 feet of the max. To be fair, I don't actually know how realistic this is. Dark Fury is about 38 miles ahead of us, so that's not going to be an issue. So yeah, let's go for it. We're going to set flight level 350, and we're going to do it like that. So flight level 350, and we'll pull. There we go. Thrust climb, open climb, 350 blue, and yeah, that obviously automatically updates in the box. Henry, does this thing have proper VNAV yet? Well, if I go down the flight plan, have we got top descent marked in there? Yeah, there it is. Yes, it does, Henry. I thought it did, but yes, just confirmation of that there. So our top of descent is in a long time, so I'm not going to be too worried about that just yet. We've done a fuel check, and that's all fine. The next thing to do is work out just sort of exactly where we are, because what happens if we lose an engine? What happens if a passenger now becomes seriously ill and we need to get them down somewhere safely? That's sort of my next plan. Now, bear in mind, I'm flying over a part of the world I have absolutely no information about. I have no idea where we are. So, I'm going to find Argyle. So where are we? Just going through our flight route here. Oh, we're actually over Australia now. Oh, fantastic! So we are actually over Australia, which is neat. And we're, oh my god, that is a long old trek to the next waypoint at Boydie. So let me have a I'll have a look. I think the nearest airport to us might even be Argyle Airport. Now I have absolutely no information about Argyle Airport. If we open the charts up, because I want to see longest runway, it's an RMP approach, so that's good news. How long is that runway? That runway is, oh, it's 2.3 kilometers. So should we need to go somewhere, that's still probably going to be our safest bet, I think. I can't actually see any other airports that are anywhere near that. Tommy S, wow, thank you Tommy, that is really generous, coming in with a £20 super chat there saying, hi Gav, hope all is well, thanks for all the content you provide, it's been a huge help. Tommy, I'm really glad you find it helpful, and I'm really glad to see you as well on our special long haul this evening. If time permits, of course, I hope you can stick around, because, well, we're going to be with you for a long time yet, and I'm really excited to see the Gold Coast airport when we get there from Orbx to be released in the next day or so. And there's something about long haul flights. I love just flying literally from a nice 7-hour flight, landing in a completely different part of the world to where we departed from. Although I'm pretty certain that looking at the size of Australia, you could do a 7-hour flight and still be in Australia, which is just incredible. For those of us that live in places like Europe, it's just completely mind-boggling that the country is indeed that size. But Tommy, thank you so much, mate. That is really generous. You really do appreciate that. Very kind. Thank you so much. Christopher Shaw, good evening to you. Paul agreeing. Australia's huge. Dark Fury, Alice Springs, not that far away. I mean, we do have the function as well, of course. We can go to the airport function and have a look. Are these codes for the airport? I have no idea if that is indeed the code for the airport. We've got the closest airports. Let's have a look. There we go. One of our alternates actually is Yankee Papa Delta November. I don't know where that is, but that's probably an hour away, maybe. Just a case of tapping on airport symbols, isn't it? See what we can find. Is it a very sparse part of the world? Sparse part of Australia, this. Just looking at the time there, we've got 158 miles to go to our next waypoint. That is a long old direct. If it says the Gold Coast to Sydney is a nice 10-hour drive. Is that how long that is, Gold Coast to Sydney? It's only about an hour's flight, isn't it? Maybe a little bit more. Dark Fury, Darwin, yes, Darwin is one of our alternates. In fact, if I zoom out, we can probably the alternates are shown there on the iPad now. So we've got Darwin up there. I think is that Cairns up there. I'm just guessing because of the ICAO codes. We've got Cairns. We've got where's that? Is that Brisbane? And of course, I think Sydney is the other one. In fact, looking at that, we're going to fly straight over the top of Brisbane, which is quite neat. That'd be a nice view. I think we'll probably be on descent there as well. I'm just waiting for some sunrise to arrive. So what time? I'll tell you, what time should the sun rise in Cairns then? If anyone can find that out in the chat, because that will give us an idea then of when we might actually start to see something other than darkness. Aviator says about 1.5 hours, about a 9-hour drive now that all the roads have been upgraded to dual carriageway. Were they not before? Was it not like a motorway? Goodness me. you're trying to locate us on the current controller client. What's our current position? It's probably going to be easy to show you that, isn't it? So we have just passed Argyle VOR, so we are probably somewhere around here, if that makes sense. We're 143 miles northwest of Boydie. Paul, it's nearly 7 AM in Sydney now. See, this is a great way to understand just how big Australia is. It's 7 AM in Sydney. The sun should obviously most definitely be up. So it's 7 AM there. We've got sunshine down here in Sydney, but it's absolute pitch black up here. We don't appreciate how big Australia is. We really don't. We're still 1 or 2 time zones away. Exactly, Christian. I don't actually know how many time zones Australia. Oh, right, fingers crossed. That's that should have us back on. Tell you what though, I'm feeling very lucky that that happened whilst I was here and not yeah, very lucky that that happened whilst I was here and not away from the stream. I think we're all good again. Might need to hit the F5 button for some people just to sort things out. But yeah, I think we're there. Lee says hurry up, might have to talk to the missus. I hope not. Right, okay. And I've got the stream back up. There we are. No, we're not diverting to Inverness. And just look at that, I can see daylight. A very small slither of daylight. What a gorgeous view that looks like. I'm going to turn this, turn that down. There we are. Look at that. Beautiful. Lemon, you thought I'd crash? I don't crash. The PC does. Hey Giraffe, what happened? I'll tell you what happened. Streamlabs conked out. I'm trying to work out now. There we go. I've got Dark Fury there, sort of 40 miles in trail of us. A Qantas flight. I think that might be his contrail. You just see that? It's either his contrail or it's a smear on my windscreen. This is the part of a flight I love, watching dawn break, and this will actually be the first time I've seen dawn break since the last sim update, so it looks even more realistic than normal. Dean says it's the Northern Lights. I can promise you it's not. cabin crew here. Hello.
Hi, Captain. I just wanted to come by and ask if everything was going okay.
Yeah, everything is fine, thank you. Hope everything's okay in the back.
If you need anything more, just give me a call.
Lena says the daylight doesn't translate too well to the stream.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
Ladies and gentlemen,
definitely
we are
there.
about to commence service of hot drinks and alcoholic beverages. Please assist us by ensuring your tray tables are down and that the aisles are kept clear of bags. Our drinks menu
That's
is
going to
adapted
look beautiful.
We serve
Promise you
a
it
variety
is.
of local and international coffees, teas, beers, wines, and spirits. Please note that alcoholic drinks will not be served to those under 18 years of age.
Speaking about the Northern Lights, Dean, I actually removed that mod because I really liked it when it first came out, but Sim Update 15 has wrecked it. It's when you're seeing the Northern Lights over Yorkshire and Belfast, something's not right. Jim says, knowing the headwind, that mark is not a contrail, it's probably a smudge on the windscreen. Shame I can't clean it. How far do I have to turn this up to find an airport? There's an airport. Yankee Den Delta Lima Whiskey. I don't know if it's big enough for us to dive into. Mr. Dog can now see the daylight. Paul, I'm back. Yep, we're here. Barwell's here as well. Good day, good day. Good morning to you, Barwell. Very rare we get a chance to fly down under, so this is great. I mean, is there only me here that actually is looking at this? It just looks like the sky's on fire. It looks like a distant, distant forest fire there. Chris Hogg, oh my goodness, I wasn't here when you did that. Chris Hogg, thank you so much. That is really kind. Particularly as I wasn't here, Chris. So my apologies for missing that. That is very generous of you. And I see you said you're sorry you're late. Not late at all, Chris. My apologies for not being here when you did your very kind super chat. But not missed anything. All the good stuff is still to come, Chris. It's been very, very dark. Very straightforward. And the good bit is still to come. We've still got another, what is it, 8 o'clock just past now, so it's 8, 9, 10, about 3 hours of my company, Chris, if you want it. But that is really kind. Thank you so much, Chris. DC Gert, also back. Back here, glad you refreshed the stream. Look at that as well. Hardly any headwind. Hardly any wind at all, which is really neat. So yeah, still happy to leave this in managed speed. Mach 0.81. I think that's going to work very nicely for us for the rest of this journey. Don't know what the weather's doing then at the Gold Coast at the minute. Shall we have a quick look? See what we can expect when we get there. Received METAR could not be... oh. Why haven't we got any METAR? What's happened to the METAR data? Okay, tell you what. Let's try using the box. So we'll go to the menu, ATSU, AOC, weather request, and actually yeah, we'll just send that off. I don't actually need Kuala Lumpur's weather, that is redundant now, but let's see if that comes through for us. The sun is coming. Right, wait for the message to come through on there. Oh, that was quick. Right, company message. Have we actually got a METAR showing? Let's see. Oh, they're sent messages. No, I need received messages. Oh, no METAR available. Why is there no METAR available? Is the airport... To be fair, the airport might be closed. Oh, that's annoying. I wouldn't have thought Sydney was closed, though. I thought Metro would still be available there. Oh, well, it's got 3 hours to change its mind. Paul, I've not checked out Inabuild Dubai yet. Is it good? I think that's the kind of thing that once the A380 gets released, everyone's going to be flying to Dubai. A big Emirates bomb. Oh, Christian's managed to find some Sydney weather. 270 at 9, Cav OK. That's fine. Any Gold Coast weather knocking about? Strange that that's not showing, isn't it? Very weird. I reckon the sun's going to come up around here. Just a guess. There's clearly some clouds in front of us, though. Balmold managed to get some weather for us. No clouds detected. QNH 1006. What on earth does RF00 mean? Well, that must be a local thing I'm not familiar with. Jim's managed to get us some weather as well. That is awesome. Yeah, so Jim, you're ATC down there. What on earth is the RF stuff? RF0 and 0064. I'm not familiar with any of that, I'm afraid. Jim, so it's the rainfall. Oh, okay. So rainfall is 0 in the last 3 hours since 9 AM local time. That's interesting. Is that what the last? What does the 0.64 then mean? Oh right, oh sorry, I get it. So 0 mils of rain in the last 3 hours and 6.4 mils since 9 AM. Is that 9 AM in local time as well? Got you. Okay. Ah, it's not something that I don't know anywhere else in the world that does that. Great to learn though, thank you so much. Have we got any light on the front of our aircraft now though? Guessing not. Not yet, but that's going to look beautiful in a few hours. That sky looks phenomenal. That looks better than the Northern Hemisphere. Elliot, hello mate. Says had a right day of it. Now you can chill. We've got 3 hours to kill, Elliot, you and I. So let's enjoy. When it rains in Australia, it's probably bad weather. That's why you have it. That's fair enough. Fair point. Yeah, I mean, when it rains here in the UK, it's a standard day. If you are just joining us and coming back in, then please hit that like button for us. Really appreciate that. Also advertises the channel to other people that might be coming in for the first time, so thank you so much. Elliot, and you're off tomorrow as well. Definitely time to crack open a beer and enjoy. Christian, the TAF is forecasting a thunderstorm in a few hours. Of course it is. Back yes, the real world pilots must love flying into the sun. It must be spectacular. I guess so, apart from when it blinds them. The old aviator sunglasses. It must look at, yeah. If it's sort of like rising behind the shield here, I bet that's the best. 4 hours and 47 minutes. So we've probably been live for about close to 5 hours, something like that. Jim says, in typical Australian tradition, you've dropped off both primary and secondary radar in this area. I mean, I don't know if we've actually got any clouds beneath us or not, but it doesn't look like there is too much to look at anyway on the ground. So I don't know. I don't know the geography of Australia all too well. Obviously, built-up areas usually around the coastal parts. The rest of it, is there much there? Jacob, mate, thank you so much for the 2 months Prime resub. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Elliot, you may be going for a visit to the Raft Museum on Saturday. That sounds like a good idea. Paul, it's supposed to be 37 degrees Celsius there on Sunday. That's well above my limits, I'm afraid. Jim, it's just desert where we are. Okay. How do they communicate then? Do they? I mean, obviously you've got ground around you, so are you still usually using VFR and the traditional sort of radar and communications, or have they opted for HF? Jacob, I've been very well, thank you. Oh, Jimmy, you've just literally answered that question for me, thank you. HF in that area. Lovely. Paul Newman, the Innobill's got a A300 got an update today. Yes, saw that. Seems to be pushing out updates quite regularly for that at the moment, which is good. Bunker Monkey, how you doing? Booked his holiday to Malaga today, flying EasyJet from Bristol to Malaga in May. That sounds awesome, Bunker. And of course, if anything goes wrong, you'll know how to fly the jet, so even better. Looks like we are approaching some very high cloud there. Right, we're at 35,000 feet. Still looking to get in at about 11 AM. Chris says, love the music. Well, it would have been a bit on the nose to play Rolf Harris stuff. I mean, is it now frowned upon to play his stuff? Dark Furious has got some lovely yellows and reds coming up on his weather radar. I want a weather radar, but I want one that actually works. Sean, the 787 Horizon mod also got updated today as well, did it? They've just been checking that the bolts for the door are securely fixed. Aviate, Rolf who? Never heard of it. I don't. Yeah, right. Don't believe it. Paul, I hope it's getting close as well. BM Lux says, just downloaded the Headwind A330. How is it? It's brilliant. Love this aircraft. Ta-da! Good evening to you. Bunker says, you Debbie, one of those guys that gets on board and says to the captain, I've got a PPL if you need me. You see, that stuff like that, it's very rare, of course, that one pilot becomes incapacitated, thank God. But in the case of a pilot becoming incapacitated and it's a busy place to flying into, I don't know. If you've got someone who's happy to jump on the comms to communicate with ATC, it's just reducing the workload of the guy that's got to otherwise single-handedly do everything, which is what us sim pilots on Microsoft Flight Simulator do all the time, of course. Elliot says, I see the gamble chaos is back in full effect. It is indeed. It is indeed. Jordan, you got around to installing Microsoft Flight Simulator this evening, but your community folder is missing from... How could it be missing? Where's it gone? Right. It's now 8:15 here local time. I just need to double check. Because I think my wife's now gone to work. But I need to double check that my kids aren't throwing a party upstairs. Just give me 2 minutes and I shall be back.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy your drink.
Excellent. No parties upstairs. That's what we want. Right, what temperature have we got? I'm just aware of some clouds now coming in. We'll have to get the anti-ice on again. We are within the icing range. We'll keep an eye on it. We definitely can't fly above it. I think we're still too heavy for that. So the next one up will be 37. Yeah, that's not going to work for us, sadly. Dava says, thank you for the code on the MiniFCU discount. Finally purchase it. When do I think it would arrive? You're in the UK. I would say sort of, I don't know, but from when they're normally shipping, I would say if you expected it at the end of March, middle of April, then I don't think that'd be too far off. Bunker says, don't think my qualification in a single piston aircraft quite qualifies me for Airbus. I'd be better off saying I've got over 1,000 hours in the Airbus and Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, but Bunker, it depends. Can you do 8? Are you confident with VHF comms? I'm not saying do anything, don't touch anything in the Airbus flight deck, but if you could communicate with ATC, you'd probably help a guy out. Lemon, no party on the upper deck of the A380. Well, I wish we had the A380. That'd be great. That'd be a great flight, wouldn't it? Hello.
Sorry for the intrusion. I was just wondering if you'd like a drink.
Oh, I'd love a tea, please.
No problem. I'll get it for you now.
Elliot, I like that. After I disappear to go and check upstairs, what do we do if he never returns? You hop into Microsoft Flight Simulator, load up a fighter jet, get on the VATSIM network and intercept. Just to see what's happening. Are you even allowed to do that on VATSIM? Mr. Dog says last time he was on a 321 Neo, he asked him to do the fire test alarm for the engine and they were surprised that you knew what a Sidon Star was. I mean, it's probably becoming more and more common, isn't it? And it's thanks to things like Microsoft Flight Simulator that people do know that stuff. Pilots, I bet, are finding it all the time. You know, visits to the cockpit and they're chatting with people and they know more than, certainly know more than they used to. Thanks to, of course, things like YouTube as well. People that are into it will know, definitely know more than they used to. Ah, here we go, the rule book. Legend Dark Fury says, disconnected. No military ops like interception except unless part of a military VA or the... Okay. BM Lock, am I planning on buying the Flyby A380 when it comes out? I think it's going to be free, BM. I don't think they'll make you purchase it. I mean, who knows, they might change their mind, and if they went down that route, fair play to them. There's a hell of a lot of work gone into it. I mean, even the Flyby A320X is better than a lot of payware aircraft, isn't it? Hello.
Hi, Captain. Your drinks are ready. They're in the storage area, so feel free to collect them whenever you're free.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, there is a lot of cloud cover down there, isn't there? Jim says, "Watch out, RAF 5 will log on if we do that." We'll not do that. BM, you're currently broke after buying Microsoft Flight Simulator, so it's nice here. Well, there's some great freeware mods around. This aircraft that I'm flying today, this is free, and it's stunning. The Flyby A320X, of course, is stunning. The A380 will be free, and I'm just guessing that that also will be stunning. Can we see the ground? No? Well, yes, but there's nothing there. But we do get to now see and witness a beautiful sunrise. Oh, that's the view that I think we'll stick with for a while. I don't need to monitor my instruments. Lenny says the A320X is one of the best airliners in the sim. I feel they should charge for it. I mean, they could. I'm sure many of you will be of the opinion that there are some aircraft that you can purchase for Microsoft Flight Simulator that are nowhere near the quality of the A320X. Absolutely nowhere near. I love a good sunrise. Dark Fury is a few miles ahead of us, says the sunrise looks absolutely amazing. Live weather, of course, remember, live weather. And this is one of the views that we just love to watch develop and unfold in front of us. Haven't done so for such a long time. I can't even remember what sunrises and sunsets used to look like in FSX. They didn't look like this, that's for sure. Oh, we've hit a waypoint. Fantastic. I'll turn there. I love the reflections of the colour as well on top of the glare shield. That's really neat. how far we've come. So, what will Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 look like? We surely can. Do you know what I think? I think a lot of us might be disappointed with the graphics in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. The reason I say that is because the jump between FSX and X-Plane 11 to Microsoft Flight Simulator was just otherworldly. And we can't possibly expect the same type of jump in graphic quality between Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 and 2024. It just can't happen. Jim, did hitting that waypoint at your speed hurt? Didn't hurt me. Might hurt the company wallet. We're only Mach 0.81. It's fine. Oh, damn, that looks good. Look at that, a little break in the clouds, flying between the cloud layer. That is stunning. Bob says 90% of his flights are at sunrise on the east coast of Australia, and it looks magical. I mean, that looks beautiful. What a stunning view that is. Leanna, you think the sky's far too red? What, really? Now this? I think this looks gorgeous. Kellaz, hey mate, how you doing? Good afternoon, good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Paul, I agree, mate. It looks beautiful. It looks awesome. Oh, there it is. We just happen to be pointing directly towards the sun. Look, can you see it? Just got a slight glimmer there, and we've got the added bonus here that I'm not going to wreck my eyes by looking at it. That is amazing. The only thing ruining this now is my narration. It doesn't need it. That is just superb. Absolutely superb. Christian, quick, play the Lion King opening theme on the piano now. I'm not even sure I could. And I'm certainly not singing the opening to The Circle of Life. This makes an 8-hour flight worth it, just for this image. Blue Grand PC, hi mate, is it mega expensive, this scenery? No, not yet. I would imagine it'll just be within keeping of normal Orbx prices. And that's it, sun's up. Thick cloud cover is beneath us. Just gonna have a look through my library. Have we got any? Let's see if we can find like a sunrise piece. Oh, how very atmospheric. The window does need a clean though, Gibnut. You're quite right. Christian, you're confused. Wasn't the Gold Coast already in the world update, or was that just the photogrammetry for the city? I think it definitely was the photogrammetry for the city, wasn't it? I'm pretty certain that's right. Cold Coast, Paul. Cold Coast. I don't think it's ever. I don't think it's ever cold, is it? In Australia, might be. Beluga, you swear you saw something saying the scenery was over £100. Must have been fake. Oh no, it's because it's not released yet, Beluga. It was just like a typo in the price. It's not yet released. That's yeah. Pay no attention to that. It'll be just a normal price. I'm pretty certain of that. So yeah, don't worry about it. It's not going to cost you the. Cost you like $100 for scenery. I'm like, what is the most expensive scenery available for Microsoft Flight Simulator in terms of not like an entire area but an airport? Does anybody know? Oh, Paul says it's cold in Melbourne nearly every second day. Really? I mean, 18 Celsius in winter. That's boiling. That is indeed t-shirt weather, right, Christian? A little bit of movement there as well. See that? That's quite nice. We're not flying on rails. That is quite some thick cloud cover beneath us. Colin, you're going to be landing in Cardiff with this aircraft just for fun in about 35 minutes. How long is their runway? Gorgeous. Well, now the sun's up, I probably need to turn the screens up a bit because they're going to be a bit more difficult to see. I've also lost Dark Fury off my scans. Never mind. Don't know where he's gone. Lovely though. Oh, I enjoyed that sunrise. That was awesome. Jim's also given us a forecast as well for the Gold Coast. So we're expecting winds about 308 knots. That's 300 at 8 knots, not 308 knots. Visibility looks fine. Scatter 1006 with a tempo. We're probably going to land after that tempo, to be fair. So yeah, weather's looking nice. It's looking fine. Captain HMW, beautiful is indeed the word. Christian Christian says that's it. I'm moving to Australia. Took him 40 minutes today to de-ice the car door and he didn't want to close. Sean, does anybody else sometimes just set a flight up with the inbuilt Microsoft Flight Planner and allow AI to take you on a flight somewhere? I've never done that before, Sean. You've still got to come up with places to fly to and from, presumably. Aviator says doesn't miss the humility in Queensland. Jim, yeah, sure, go and provide us with anything you can. I mean, being completely unfamiliar with how Aussie ATC is, because we don't usually fly over there, there's going to be some little differences, aren't there, which we'll work through. Steven says there a bit of turbulence. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. Not too much. Anyway, should probably PA the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from the flight deck, where we're currently cruising at 35,000 feet. We're currently looking to get you onto the Gold Coast in around 2.5 hours time now. The weather looks stunning outside the window, and it looks pretty good as well coming into the Gold Coast in a couple of hours time. Cabin crew will shortly be serving breakfast and hot drinks, so if you can give them your full attention, then you'll enjoy an early morning breakfast with us following our evening flight. Thank you so much, and I'll speak to you again soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, we will be starting our in-flight drink service in a few moments. If you could please clear all aisles and ensure that any bags are placed in the overhead lockers, it would be most appreciated. Thank you.
AV, can I name the 8 states of Oz without using Google? Oh, right, okay. No. Queensland. South Australia? Is that one? Nope. No. Is the answer. I could probably just USA states. The problem is, in the back of my mind, I probably do know them. Can I actually tell them what they are? Tell you what they are? No. I'm sure. We know. Everyone knows Queensland. I'm sure South Australia is one. Is Western Australia one, Sean? That might be one as well. New South Wales. Yes, Bacchius. Thank you. I mean, Bacchus, you're doing all right. Where's NT? Oh, that's the Northern Territories, isn't it? Northern Territories. Yeah. Felix says he can name it. Felix, I know. I would imagine you'd be able to name them. I'm pretty certain I can remember roughly where you're from. Lenny says he bought Rex a few days ago. AccuSeasons, that is. Impressed with it, makes a big difference. Lenny, it really does. It's awesome. Definitely makes a big difference. AV, I'm sorry, I'm stuck there. I'm looking to help from the chat. BM mate, thank you so much. That is very generous of you. Your super chat saying absolutely love your channel and your community. Well, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate that, BM, and good to see you on board our special long haul flight this evening. There's something obviously a little bit different to the norm.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to serve our hot drinks menu.
Tasmania, Jim, that's the one I was also. Well, everyone knows Tasmania. How could I forget? So what we got? Western Australia, South Australia, New South Wales, Queensland, and Tasmania. Is the Northern Territories not one though? I thought the Northern Territories was one. Sean, is it cup of tea time again? Always, always. BM Lock, mate. Honestly, that's not the point. Thank you so much for your support. That's very generous of you. Stephen, how does one enjoy turbulence? I don't. Well, I always found as a kid, I always was able to fall asleep in the car quite comfortably. I liked that little gentle rocking sensation that you get. They look stunning, those clouds. They look amazing. I love that. That doesn't look amazing. I need to reposition that camera view, but that is really nice. Some proper little cumulus build-ups as well. DMA, you missed the sunrise. It was spectacular. It looked amazing. Oh, Jim says then we have the territories, the Northern Territory, and right, fair enough. That's well beyond my comprehension. See, that's now got me thinking, could I name 52 states of the USA? Probably not. Paul, pancakes for breakfast, I hope. That sounds lovely. Back here, it must be well up o'clock time, and I've got 4 in the fridge. I hope you're referring to beers. This is the first time now I've just been able to start to see the ground, and we can see it's just vastness of empty space. That looks amazing. Jimmy can't move with the USA. I've often said I would sit there and I would try and do it. I don't think I'm too bad on the states of America. I couldn't tell you where they are. God, no. Apart from like the obvious ones, such as Alaska and Florida, etc. But where they are, no idea. BM Lock, I would not want to crash there. No, it might take a while for anyone to reach you, mightn't it? It's the time of year now where here in the UK I don't have to put any beers in the fridge, I just store them in the garage. And it's an internal garage, and it's still cold enough to have a nice chilled beer at this time of year. I think it's like 0 degrees outside at the minute. But yes, down there looks like some turbulent clouds to fly through. Bye at Laris. Oh, clouds, yeah. The sunrise was spectacular. I would, as DMA has just done, I would just rewind a little bit and watch that sunrise because it looked beautiful. Jordan the Sim does look absolutely stunning indeed. Back you do that with milk sometimes. What, just leave it in the garage? Don't blame you. Jim, Canada is a US state, right? See, I bet I couldn't do Canada. They don't have that many, do they? I'm not even sure I could name any of the states in Canada. Victoria, was that one? Or is that an Australian one? Honestly, couldn't tell you. Yeah, no, Victoria's an Australian one. Is it one in Canada as well? Who knows? Sean says the only thing you think that Microsoft Flight Simulator could improve on is maybe some of the physics of going through the clouds with a little bit of turbulence. I agree with that, because every time you fly through the cloud layer, there's always something happening, isn't it? It's not usually smooth, just even if it's just minor bumps. And randomness of clear air turbulence. There's an add-on for that, Sean. You can buy an add-on for clear air turbulence. Now, how realistic that is, I don't know. I don't know where it gets its information and basis from. But yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we will be serving food. If you could please ensure all aisles are clear and bags are placed in the overhead lockers, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Daniel says Victoria is a city in Canada. You have provinces. Oh, they're not called states, Daniel. Well, I guess learn something new every day. Chris, you fly with the planner all the time. You're now flying to Faro. Oh, I like Faro. Nice airport to fly into, as long as the weather's not too pants. BM Lock, self-loading cargo is the flight attendant. Daniel, you have 10 provinces and 3 territories. Couldn't name any of them. Quebec, that's one, right? Ooh, Dark Fury, that's a good question to throw into the chat. The best and the worst airport to fly into. Now, for what reasons? Because it's an absolute sod to fly into? Or just because it's horrible in the sim. What we're going to base that on? Ontario, well done Aviate, that's a good one. Ali, do you know Russia's so big it has 11 time zones? Funnily enough, I did know that, but don't ask me to name any Russian states because I haven't got any chance. I'm still only up with Leningrad changing its name. ProbNoob, can you add a tablet on the A320neo in default flight that you get from Microsoft? Because fly-by-wire, there's lots of bugs to it. What? No, ProbNoob, you just need the fly-by-wire stable build if that's the case, because that works absolutely fine. Fly-by-wire doesn't really have any bugs to speak of. It's pretty spot on. Vayu, hello. Hey Drax, good to see you as well. Bacchius, here's a question a bit close to home. Near the provinces in the island of Ireland. I don't know. Londonderry? I don't know. I tell you what, I would probably have a better chance of naming all of the states in America than I would all of the counties in the UK, which is ridiculous. My cup of tea's gone cold. Ugh. Drax, am I good at piano? That's a random question. I used to be better. Not so good anymore. Oh, look at the... Say, look at the scenery down there. It's not so much scenery, it's just the ground, but there it is. Snake Law, how do you wipe the black box? I'm not even sure we're allowed to answer that question. Daniel Cohen, can I show you my current Airbus sensitivity settings? I think they're just set to linear now, particularly since the Fenix had its update a while back. Linear is pretty much the way to go. Liana named the provinces of the Netherlands. No thanks. Vio, how is this plane different from the Phoenix? It's just more complete. Everything works, basically. Stephen, ever flown into Madeira? Yeah, a few times. It's pretty easy now with the RNPAR approach. DMA Saudi Arabia is really beautiful in Microsoft Flight Sim. Maybe we should make that a flight across it next. Maybe. We just don't usually get time for long haul flights, so we usually stick with the nice hour-longs. This is an absolute special. Bombtech, hit that Chopin. I'm not playing Chopin. Gap now under the clouds, haven't we? Because of the brightness of the sun, we're struggling to actually see the ground. Oh, there we are. That's well, actually, that is really rather beautiful. And also quite realistic. Theo, is the Phoenix or the Headwind more complete? Oh, that'd be the Phoenix, because the Headwind is pretty much, not exactly the same, but I'd say, I don't know, 90% the same as the fly-by-wire. Craig, you've never done an RNAV approach. Is there a way Microsoft Flight Simulator to set up ready to practice? Right, what you need, the best thing I can offer you is FSI panel. FSI panel is brilliant. It allows you to set up approaches, any kind of approach you want, any arrival you want. You can practice emergencies. It's brilliant. But it is payware, but worth every penny. Right, Should we let's see how long we've been flying for now. 5 hours. 5 hours 22 minutes we've been in the air for. Should be on the ground in about 2 hours, I reckon. No, 3 hours. 3 hours to go. We did see on the weather charts as well that some of those build-ups are going to be reaching really high. And look at that over there. Sorry, mate. Let me just kick you out your seat. Yeah, look at that. That looks like a decent build-up. We wouldn't be flying through that. VO, you can't fast forward. No, that kills the immersion. We're also on the VATSIM network and that's not permitted. Bomb Tech, you started when I got to work this morning and you won't land before I get off. It's a long flight. Captain HW, did you hear about the guy that got trapped in a 737 lavatory in India? Shortly after takeoff he used the washroom and was unable to exit due to the malfunctioning lock. Spent the rest of the flight in there. Ooh. I mean, that's hardly first class, is it? Still, when the door blows off, he's probably in the safest place. Tom, I do have a video on the channel about my graphics settings, so if you do want to check that out, then absolutely yes, you can. You can do. Yeah, awesome view. So if we do have any build-ups, we're going to obviously pull heading and move around them. BMLOC, are there any ATC in our town destination? There will be, I believe, which is wonderful. Retro, do I use Rex Accu Seasons? I absolutely do. It's one of my must-have add-ons. Makes the sim look beautiful. Will Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 sort of make that redundant? Possibly. We shall see. So obviously if I was able to do bring the visors down, in fact, yeah, if the visor works, then we'd absolutely be able to utilise that at this stage. If we're in the Fenix aircraft, we'd do that. USA Mike, is it okay to put linear settings in the thrustmaster for the Fenix now? Yes, I have a slight dead zone in the centre just for if I've got my hand rested on it. But yeah, linear is absolutely fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to serve our breakfast and lunch menu. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. Thank you.
Retrofly, you can't seem to get it working with live weather. Well, Rex Accu Seasons, remember, doesn't affect the weather. It's not got anything to do with the weather. It's a seasonal change, which you need to load in manually. There is a full tutorial and video on the channel if you want to check it out. If you are coming in and joining us sort of 5 hours or so, yeah, 5.5 hours into our long haul flight, then please give us a like on stream. We really appreciate that. Loving those clouds underneath us. Kevin, is this the A330-900? No, it's the freeware A330-900 from Headwind. I must say as well that this aircraft, this is a real-world route flown by the A330 Air Asia, but they do use in the real world the A330-300, but we don't have one of those for Microsoft Flight Simulator. In fact, let's just have a look. because this, when we took off, it was obviously dark. It's not anymore. Fail. We can't do engine failure. Well, we could just turn it off. But if I'm going to do failures, then I need to be in the Fenix aircraft because it handles them correctly. Looks very nice, doesn't it? Is that duct tape on the engines? Yeah, well, it's a low-cost carrier, Dark. Possibly. That looks awesome. Say what you want about Microsoft Flight Simulator. Visually, it is nothing compares. I don't think anything compares to it. Back here it's screw fix tape. But yeah, doesn't she look gorgeous? Kieran, do I still have a 3600? Yeah, I do. I have the 3600 graphics card. Hello.
Hi, Captain. I was just wondering if you'd like a drink, maybe a tea or coffee, or a bottle of water.
It's all right. I've still got the last tea you served me. Thank you.
No problem. If you change your mind, just give me a call.
Dennis is waiting for Flight Sim 2024 to buy his new system so he can optimize it for the game. Can't see getting Flight Sim 2020 now. Until then, content watching and learning, which will help. Dennis, I mean, that's pretty sensible. Someone asked me when's it going to be released. Do we reckon 2024? And now obviously I have absolutely no information, but if I had to put my money, I'd say August. I'd say school holidays, summer, for maximum sort of cashing in. J Booth, good evening to you. Says popped in the stream a few days ago asking about joysticks. Got the A320 Thrustmaster just to start with. Seems okay. Slowly getting the hand of navigation too. Need to set up the cameras properly. Oh, setting up cameras is probably more difficult than flying the plane, to be honest. Bill, like, is coffee part of the option? Yeah, you can have coffee if you wish. Vale, my girlfriend's not that polite. Aviates also agreed August 24 would bet on it. I'd probably bet more than £1 on it, to be honest. Imagine if it got delayed and it came out in 2025. Flight Sim 25. Matthias GTR says he got his MiniFCU yesterday. Amazing piece of hardware. Recommend it to everybody. I agree. I'm using it right now on this flight. It looks absolutely amazing. Love it. And yeah, remember, if anyone's in the market for one, go and buy one now. But don't forget to use the discount code EasyJet SimPilot. Pop EasyJet SimPilot in at checkout and you get 10% off. Lemon's looking forward to the landing. Me too. Right, we'll do a fuel check then when we get to Doro in about 20 minutes, 17 minutes. Lightspeed, did Headwind send me this aircraft pre-release? No. It's not a pre-release of the aircraft, it's a pre-release of the scenery that we're flying to, the Gold Coast. anyone can get this aircraft. Kevin Sells says, thanks for the code, used it a few days ago. Brilliant, Kevin. Glad we could save you a little bit of money. BMLog, do I have any list of the add-ons that I use? What I do have, BMLog, is I have a list of my top 10 add-ons that I do use and I wouldn't be without. There's a video on the channel somewhere. It's quite old now, but I still use all of those mods. Tony, can you become a member from the mobile app on YouTube? Tony, a few people told me in the past that you can't. Obviously, I see something very different to you guys when I'm on this page on YouTube, so I'm unable to help. I don't know if anyone else in the chat is able to help Tony there. Dennis, have I ever tried the Tobii Eye Tracker? Yes, I have. Again, there is a video review on the channel. I never use it when I live stream because otherwise my eyes are darting all over the place, looking at different things, information. So it'd just be doing this, and who wants to watch that for 8 hours? You'd throw up. Southwest Af Geek, hello. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. It's definitely moisture in the air up here, isn't it? It's quite hazy. And we've also got the sun straight ahead of us beaming down. We're in icing territory as well, looking at that. So I'm going to put my anti-ice on. We had planned for this. It was part of the Sigma charts, which, if we have a quick look on here, we'll go right to the bottom. We'll be down there. We can't see it. So, yeah, here we go. Looks like it's going to clear up in a little bit, which is nice, for the last 2 hours or so. Then we've got some more isolated CBs in that little area that we're going to fly through. Jordan Hayes, are we nearly at London? A legend, absolute legend of the channel, whoever that guy was. I'm nearly at London. Steven says, enjoying the stream. Usually have them on as sleep sounds. I can put anyone to sleep, but it's nice to see you on live. Steven, are you in a place in the world where you're normally asleep when we're live? Normally we're live around, usually around this time actually, Steven. So. But yeah, if you're actually able to catch us live and interact, that's awesome. Bacchus, we had a conversation about virtual reality whilst I was stuffing my face. How would I rate virtual reality to the Tobii? The thing with, I've not really had the chance to try VR properly with Microsoft Flight Simulator. I've had a go at it, and my issue was everything was very, very blurry. Now that could have been the setup, of course, and I really had to sort of lean in to read the instruments and things. The Tobii Eye Tracker, you could set up to tailor it to your needs, and I did like it. I would say it's probably better for GA flying than it is for airliner flying, because you're not really looking that much out. You're not really looking around too much in airliner flying, are you? Stephen, my voice is perfect to put you to sleep. Thank you. Dark Fury, that Moroccan ATC was awesome. He was drunk. Well, he was awesome. He might not have been drunk. He was just very happy to see us, I think. BM Lock says he's about to sleep as well. Leave us on, BM, leave us on. Apparently I'll have you to sleep in 5 minutes. Lemon, I've still not had a look at the frame gen mod for Microsoft Flight Simulator just because everything seems to be working perfectly for me. I would imagine the frame gen mod is brilliant if you're struggling with your frame rates. Or you're playing in VR, of course, which I'm not. I'm also only in 1080, so it's fine. If you're on 4K, I think you'd probably get more use out of it. Ali, what did I do before I got into flight simming? Nothing. I just didn't stream it. I see, Stephen, my wife would say the same thing, but it would be an insult. Southwest, can we do some Bristol ops over the weekend? It's meant to be very, very windy. I'm not sure I'm going to be doing any ops over this weekend. I'm not even sure what's happening in my life this weekend. Lemon Guten Tag, welcome to Elder Grove. How to confuse a pilot in one sentence. OBM ETA is planned on midnight his time. School tomorrow. Yeah, that's fair enough. Southwest Avgeek, route suggestions and stuff like that I do sort of reserve for the channel members, just to show my support and thanks back to them for flight routes. But you know, we fly into Bristol quite a lot, so I'm sure you'll see us into Bristol at some point. Hey Kiwi Simfiler, how you doing? Says enjoying the stream, tracking it on VAT Prism. Hopefully we get some ATC on the other end. I think that has been lined up for us, which is going to be lovely. So hope that is the case. Wow, it's just cloud, 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 isn't it? Dark Fury, we've discussed this. Dubai when? Yeah, that's going to be. I'd love to do the A380. I know. Didn't you want to go from Istanbul to Dubai? How long is that flight? Is that about 5 hours, something like that? Stephen, any advice for newbies on VATSIM? Fly from somewhere you're familiar with, fly to somewhere you're very familiar with, have a pen and paper ready, and know how to fly your aircraft. Southwest, I think we have done Zakynthos in the past as well. Of course, you can actually buy suggesting the route, can't you? I forgot about that. Now using the easy points. Forgot about that. If you've got enough points, you can buy a route to fly. Dark was about 5 to 8 hours. That's a wide window. From either Istanbul or Zurich, both 3:30. Yeah, fair enough. Southwest Argy, it's not real money. It's not real money. They're you know, I'm not charging people to suggest routes. It's virtual currency. Guys, how do I explain easy points? You get them for watching and commenting and chatting. How many points do you need, Lemon? You don't need that many points. You don't need that many points to suggest a route. Might need that many points to redeem a failure. But we can only do failures in the Fenix aircraft, so they're realistic. Although I seem to have been getting a fair few failures rather randomly the last few flights we've done, which I guess is nice for you guys to see. Southwest Avgeek, so basically like Roblox and Robux. I have no idea what you're saying to me. I've heard of Roblox, I don't know what it is. 11 failures at Dan's department. Yeah, usually fails to get a failure. But yeah, Southwest Avgeek, Bristol is definitely, because we usually do EasyJet ops, and obviously Bristol's a base, so we fly there quite, we fly into there and out of there quite a bit. Hey, Kiwasin Pilot, just curious how to get the self-loading cargo to... So, the self-loading cargo is, like you say, there's a sort of a scripted reply, but it usually, or at least I found, it usually only needs a specific phrase. You can say whatever you want, as long as you say that specific phrase that it recognises. Like, hey, which hotel room are you in tonight? Thank you. As long as you say thank you, she'll answer you. She's an easygoing girl. Christopher, hello. The flight's going very well. Thank you so much for being here. All those clouds clearing. There's some proper CBs down there, isn't there? I bet VAT controllers hate it when a new aircraft comes out. But something as iconic as the A380, you know where they're all going to be headed to. Dark Fury, does that work with every woman? Haven't you tried it? Oh, it is. It's just full of haze. Right, let's do a fuel check then at Dodro. See what's occurring. How long have we been flying for now? Nearly 6 hours. Nearly 6 hours in. Flight time was 7 hours 40 minutes, I think. Right, there's Dodro. 7 tons extra. So we should have 5, 6. We should have about 22 tons in the tank. What have we got? 23. Excellent. Keep it on selected speed. Amy, I think Innsbruck will be a proper airport for the A380. Well, you never know. Maybe not on VATSIM, but on multiplayer, yeah, possibly. I'm with Dark. They hope to put the restrictions in place for airports with the A380. I mean, you know, if there's a... is there a way that they can reject flight plans on VATSIM? You know, if I filed an A330 going in to land at, I don't know, London City, are VATSIM going to turn around and go, no? Dennis just had the sunset flying into Halifax, Nova Scotia, exactly like the sunrise we had. That's it, I've nicked your sun, Dennis. Only 0.81, 330 can do much better. I know, but we're alright. I mean, we could do 8.2, and we're not in danger of overspeeding. Lemon, imagine seeing the A330 at a GA parking spot. There'll be one at Netherthorpe, my local grass airfield flying school. Well, I'm sorry, I can't give you a much better view than this. It's rubbish, isn't it? I was hoping for some gorgeous scenic views, but the haze. Absolute haze of it. I mean, I guess the realism's nice, but we're not enjoying seeing the beautiful scenery beneath us. Stephen Mullen, I've got no idea what you're on about there, mate. Dark Fury, you're starting to see the ground now. Good. Good, good, good. Jen says, hi Gamin, following the stream from the beach in the southeastern coast of Uruguay. Saw you take off, just joined back now to see the approach. Well, the approach is still about an hour and a half away, so plenty of time to go. But I love that this kind of stream is that long that people could see us take off, go to sleep, wake up the following morning and see us land. Guys in the chat, what are you all on about? What have I missed? What's Tandagi? BM, good night, mate. Thanks for being here, thanks for the support, and hopefully see you again very soon. Longest flight you've ever been in has been around 3 hours. Wonder how long it would feel to fly a proper long haul in the economy seats. 11, it's not as bad, it's fine now, because gone are the days where you're trying to plug in a headphone to your armrest and watch whatever movie they've decided to show. Now you've got an entire sort of almost a Netflix of content to watch at your disposal. So when I went to America in August last year, a couple of long haul flights, they flew by, pardon the pun. Back here's local potato crisp brand, best in the UK. Ooh, you see, we've had this discussion before. I'm a chipstick guy, so unless they make chipsticks, I'm not bothered. Potato crisps are your version of Walkers, right? Okay, fair enough. I mean, I like Walkers, don't get me wrong. Chipsticks, though, oh, they're my weakness. I would self-classify myself as a salt and vinegar chipsticks connoisseur. I've tried every brand, and every time I see a brand new one that I've not tried before, I have to buy a packet just to compare. I'm really liking Tesco's at the minute. Tesco's salt and vinegar chipsticks. Morrison's don't do them anymore, which is no bad thing because they were awful. They were just far too salty. Asda's, again, have their place. They were really good, but then they started to be a little bit too salty as well, so sadly lost out on those. The original ones that I really liked, and I don't know if they still do them because I haven't had them for a long time, was Co-op's chipsticks. They first got me hooked. Aviate, you've never heard of chipsticks? You've never heard of chipsticks? What? Yeah. Sacrilege. Right, should we get some en route weathers and things, because we need to sort of work out what we're doing. But before I do that, I need some information on what airports we could actually dart into and have a look where we are. So we are currently 127 miles from Tavev. Fair enough. Let's have a look. Right, what airports we've got around us that we can dive into? Let's see whether they're actually long enough for us. That's got a... How long is that runway? Yep, we're not getting in there. Hello?
Hello, I was just wondering if you were hungry. I'll get you something to eat if you like.
Ooh, well, it's morning time. Breakfast would be good. Yes, I'll have a meal, please.
Of course, just give me a couple of minutes and I'll bring it for you.
Yeah, so that's no good. This is where local knowledge is far better, but I'm literally just tapping away on airports to see what I can find. Longest runway? Nope, that's not going to work. Longest runway, about 2 kilometers, maybe. AV, I definitely recommend salt and vinegar chipsticks. So let's do a weather request then. What we got? Yankee Lima Romeo Echo. We'll pop that in there. That's quite close. What else have we got? Where else have we got? Anything behind us? Longest runway 1.4 kilometers. No, that won't work for us. Where's this place down here? That won't work for us. Not many places to go, is there, if we've got to get somewhere quickly? No, that's too short. What runway is this then? Where's Roma? That any good? Longest runway? Nope, that's no good. Interesting. Really isn't a lot of places to go, is there, if we have an issue? So let's send off those weather requests and see what happens then. Probably the best ones we've got. Whew, still struggling to see. Lemongrass is always an option. I mean, it is very flat, isn't it? This part of the world. It's like one big Lincolnshire. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Your food is ready. It's in the storage area, so feel free to collect it whenever you're free.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Hello, Organ. Good to see you. Goodness me, is that some clear sky over there? Can we see? Oh man, look at that. That's what I've been wanting to see. There we are. Now we can enjoy a proper view for a while. And Stephen, what is the best EasyJet snack on a flight? Cheapest. Jim says we can't really land anywhere but Darwin or Cairns. Everything else is way too small. Yeah, Brisbane is probably the next. I mean, to be fair, Brisbane's not that far away, is it, from the Gold Coast? So there aren't that many options around. Not many at all. Right, well, we've now got a METAR update as well for the Gold Coast. 310 at 5, visibility is fine, no clouds detected. 25 degrees, QNH is 1006, so that's fine. Sydney is wide open as well. Brisbane also wide open. And I've just printed that off in the flight deck, so... Does the print function work in the Headwind? I can't remember. Organ, I've never flown the tallest. I don't have X-plane. Aviator is about a 10-minute flight from Brisbane to Gold Coast. Yes, it's not going to be not far at all. In fact, Jim, if you're still there, you can probably help us out here. So, just looking at the flight route we've sort of got, we'd fly over Brisbane, but bear in mind I'm completely unfamiliar with what would normally happen here in Australia. So we fly over Brisbane, then out over the Pacific. A little bit to Lamsey, then we start the where we pick up the approach, Lamsey to Alpha approach. Is there ever scope to get vectored in sort of south almost from Brisbane and come in overland this side? Now I think there's isn't there some terrain around here? Not lots, but I just wondered if that was a possibility or not. CJ, do I use any reshades? No, I don't. No. Felix says no one lives out here. Yeah, I can see that. It looks very barren, doesn't it? CJ, how does my sim look like this? Yours doesn't. I honestly don't know what to tell you. There's no reshade or anything. It's just the default settings. We do have Rex AccuSeasons installed. That affects ground textures a little bit, but that is about it. Oh, Chris, that's lovely. Says, love watching the streams. It's like being with an online family. Well, Chris, you've been here for a long time, Chris. Everyone knows you, so that's is great. CJ670, it's called Rex AccuSeasons. Definitely one of my top apps, and it just affects some ground textures and seasons and things. It's brilliant. Oh, Jim, you finally got chat working on YouTube. Had to open it in Edge. Fair enough. That means you might have missed the questions I was asking, though. So Jim, I was just asking for your local knowledge here. So our planned approach is obviously we fly over Brisbane and then out over the Pacific a little bit. In fact, is that the Pacific? I've no idea what the sea's called between the east coast of Australia and the west of New Zealand. But I just wondered if there's any scope ever to get sort of a vectored in overland here, just cut some track miles off and come in overland and then into the Gold Coast, or whether you're always taken out over the sea. And also, CJ and Antag, if you want to check what graphic settings I'm using, there's a video on my YouTube channel that will explain what I'm currently using. Aviator is at the Tasmanian Sea. Fair enough. Finally get to see some blue sky. In fact, that might be the first blue sky we've seen all stream. Ah, there we are. Gorgeous. There's a view to enjoy. Aviate, you think it is. You call it the ocean when swimming. I call it the shark's home. Stephen, would I ever do a joystick cam in the lower corner for landings? I think my issue with that would be having to set one up and where I'd put it and that kind of stuff. I don't have the tech or the gizmos for that. I'm only just now au fait with streaming. Andy, how long till top of descent? Good question. We'll just scroll through the box. Top of descent is estimated at 22:37 UTC, so what's that? That's about an hour. About an hour. Hey Irish, good to see you. Does the Headwind still need work or is it fine? It's essentially pretty much the same setup as the A320NX, so yeah, that's pretty much how it is. Jim says we could go via the waypoint Apagi for the Apagi 5 arrival, active runway 32, although it means we'd lose out on the beach views. Oh. Okay. Do we want the beach views? The what arrival? Apagi arrival, why have I not got that? I've got the Burnley arrival, I've got the Lamsey arrival, I've got nothing else. In fact, it looks like all of these arrivals come in over the sea. Huh. Well, looks like that's not happening. Chilenia says we need the beach views. I'm inclined to agree with you, to be honest, after the 8 hours in the air. We want to see something nice. CJ, do I have a video on how to install Rex? You don't need one, honestly. It's straightforward. Click on the EXE executable and it'll just all install manually. Automatically, sorry. At least we know what runway to expect then, runway 32. So, it's good news. Lemon, will there be a replay for the landing? There will be if I remember to hit the record button. I have a tendency to forget that, because I'm useless. So I'm just having a look now at the landing stuff coming in via Fickle. And there it is. Platform altitude is 3,250. That's a random platform altitude. No circling west of the runway. Yeah, I know there's terrain, and there's the city, isn't there? Final approach course 319. MSA as we're coming in 3,000 feet. There's that little bit of terrain as well, just there, look. 3-degree glide path. How wide is this runway? FS 19 123. Do I fly on AVR? No, I don't know. Can I get any information on this airport? How long's the runway? 2.5 kilometers, more or less. Runway 32, high intensity runway lights, pappies, 45 meters wide, fine. And it's not a massive runway, it's only 2,000 meters. It's got a displaced threshold. Right, okay, little threat then. Got displaced threshold, 2,000 meters. Taxiway hotel, we can't take that. So it looks like roll to the end and then backtrack, park somewhere. Fair enough. Domestic / international terminal. Why not just call it the passenger terminal? Don't need to worry about that hotspot because I don't think we'll be getting off there. Verb, ready for the Gold Coast Tower and ATIS? Yeah, I think that sounds like a good plan now, because we're about an hour away from sort of our descent, and that's when we want to start looking at the arrival and working out what we're doing. That's pretty much what I'm doing now, just going through the charts, making some notes. It's that platform altitude of 3250. I can't even select that altitude. MSA 3000. We'll get the ATIS, then we'll get the minimums. I think the minimums for us is going to be 620, because we can't use LNAV VNAV minimums. Visibility is over 4 kilometers, so that's going to be fine. Final approach track is 319 degrees. Airfield elevation 13. Grab some missed approach information. Straight out right turn. And 3,000 feet. Now, as we don't have the missed approach track in the operational in the FMGC, then what we're going to do is we will pop these 2 waypoints in the fixes page so that we've got them, because if we need to go around track direct to Sierra Tango, then a right turn to Sierra Hotel, then fly north, which is pretty straightforward. So let's do that. Fix this page, just so I've got them on the navigation display. So CG 2 Sierra Tango. CG 2 Sierra Hotel. And of course, Yankee, Bravo, Charlie, Golf, and at 10 miles out there, so let's aim for fixed rings at 12 miles out. So we've got the flight plan page all set up. Let's have a look at some navigation beacons that we can pop in, if there are any for the Gold Coast. Yeah, Gold Coast VOR, Charlie Golf. There we go, 122.3. There's also an NDB, should that fail, 278. I mean, that's a bit overkill. The chances of both the ADF receiver and the VOR receiver failing is very, 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 very slim. Jenkins Fighter, good afternoon, or good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Leon, you've changed your name to make it easy to pronounce. That's definitely easier to announce. Right, progress page as well. Yankee Bravo Charlie Golf 32. 534 miles to go. We'll get all our information for this from the ATIS in a little bit. Fuel prediction looks fine. Secondary flight plan is obviously okay. Alright, so our box is set up. The only other thing I want to check then is what our arrival actually looks like.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we will be starting our in-flight movie. If you require headphones, please contact the flight attendant and we'll be happy to help. For those of you who brought your own, you can plug them into the armrest to the side of you. Tune to channel 11 on the in-flight entertainment system.
Yep, that looks fine. Jacob's Friday, do I think the A350 from Anybuilds will be on Xbox? Probably. Most of them are, aren't they? The Anybuilds release. Don't need the anti-ice anymore. Jim, they may be showing like Wallace and Gromit or something like that. It might only be an hour long. Kevin, do I think the Phoenix version 2 will release this month or next? Kevin, I honestly don't know. They're not going to release something until it's absolutely ready. But it will be worth it. That I can say with confidence. Still not over the land of the living yet, are we? Still in barren territory. As amazing as it looks, though. I mean, barren territory in Microsoft Flight Simulator is absolutely fine. It's not like flying over barren territory in FSX. Ashley Blake says, good morning from West Australia. Loving the vids. Good morning, Ashley.
We are about to start one of our in-flight movies. If you'd like to watch, please plug in your headphones and select channel 8.
Haven't we just had that announcement?
Mode. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the film.
Maybe they're showing both the wrong trousers and a close shave. For now, I'm just enjoying my cup of tea. We'll pick up the... sorry, I had the microphone out of the way because I was enjoying a cup of tea. But yeah, for now, we'll just continue to enjoy the flight. We'll pick up the ATIS and then we'll brief for the arrival. Sean, that is exactly what Wallace and Gromit is. A bit of clean comedy. Stephen, today's movie is Snakes on a Plane. Or we're flying to Australia, aren't we? Maybe it's just 8-legged freaks. You know, when you strip it right back and think about it, it's still amazing that we've got software that you can fly on a home desktop PC anywhere in the world. Real time, realistic. It's just, it's unbelievable. So we'll have been airborne nearly 8 hours when we get there, and it's just stunning. And Kevin says the A330-900 is a beauty, but hope they remodeled the cockpit at some point to match the real one. Yeah, so Kevin, they absolutely are doing. I've already seen previews of it. I think we've even showcased it on the channel as well. So don't worry about that, Kevin. It will absolutely be working, and be all redone. And we'll see what the VNAV's like as well today, because that will be that will obviously be on show. So we'll check it out. And Doji's Microsoft Flight Simulator Meta not working for anyone else. Seems to be okay for me at the moment. Ashley, where you are, it's 40 plus at the temperature for the foreseeable future. Ashley, I couldn't live there. Or at least I don't think I could. Unless I spent every day in a pool. Lee JC, thank you so much for a very kind £10 super chat coming in there as we approach the final stage of our long haul flight today. Saying loving the work as always, and also loving the TechMP 2012 from the giveaway. Oh yes, Lee, really glad that was donated as well for the stream, wasn't it, for the giveaway on the Santa flight as well. So yeah, really glad you're enjoying that. And Lee, thank you so much. Really appreciating that. That support you've just given us there. That's great to see you. Thank you so much. And Verb Jim now giving us a text ATIS, which I like this. I like that. So let me just grab that. In fact, I've got a Meta ripped off from there, which the sun's making that difficult to see. So that's information. Foxtrot runway 32 is operational. Taxiway Kilo not available. Winds 3106. Cab okay. 28 degrees. QNH 1006. So let's set all that up then. QNH is set, and let's put all that stuff into the perf page. Temperature 28. Winds 310 at 6. Transition altitude is 10,000 feet according to the chart, so I will amend that. Fully config landing, a short runway, isn't it? And the Barrow is, so our minimum is going to be 620. Right, so our box is now filled out. And Kevin Booth also coming in as we start the last part of this long haul flight with 5 EasyJet Sim Pilot channel memberships. Kevin, thank you so much for that support. That is really generous. Welcome to Ricky, Tony, Troy, Ifees and Chris Clarkson, now channel members. Thank you so much. And as I say, a big thank you to you, Kevin, for your support. Sean Duff, I think that's exactly how it looks in real life, though. The flight I did from Albany to Albany down to Philadelphia last year was really nice, though. That was quite nice and scenic. And obviously I think I was only on a CRJ or something, so we only flew about 18,000 feet. It was lovely. Really good views. Lightspeed, why is there a ruler emoji? Oh, that's going back into the history of the channel when it first started. How long have we been around now? 3 years. Yes, back when Back when HD was slapping myself for doing things wrong with its virtual ruler, and it kind of just stuck. If we do anything wrong now, you get the ruler emoji. Thankfully we don't see it that often now. Okay, shall we go with the shall we go ahead with our full brief then and get that out of the way? So then, starting as always with the weather. We've just picked up information of Foxtrot. We'll check that again to make sure that's not changed by the time we get there. We've got winds 310 at 6, so pretty much a light headwind. Cav okay, 28 degrees, QNH 1006. So yeah, nothing out of the ordinary there. It's all Cat 1 stuff, so that's beautiful. Aircraft is still behaving itself. The A330-900N, which we've got today, performance is good. NOTAM is taxiway kilo is not available. Now I say that taxiway kilo, where's that? I don't know where taxiway kilo is. Oh right, okay. Well, that's not going to make any difference to us. So that's fine. So no NOTAMs that we need to worry about. Threats to be aware of, pretty much unfamiliarity. That's our biggest threat today. The weather's fine. Different sort of ATC procedures perhaps that we're not familiar with, but in terms of terrain and stuff, there's a little bit of terrain, I believe, to the south east of the airport. Not massively such, but it is there, so it's worth noting. Also a threat, we've got no, if we need to go around, we've got no go around track in the flight computer, so we'll have to fly that go around manually, so that of course is a bit of threat. We shouldn't need anti-ice or anything like that coming down. Oh, actually no, there was a little bit of cumulus build-up maybe coming down, so we might need that as we're coming in, but yeah, pretty much straightforward. The only other thing as well is we're doing an RNP approach, and final approach mode is in op in this aircraft, so we're going to have to use the nav FPA mode. So yeah, well worth remembering. Now that is also a good point, because I'll explain how we're going to fly that in a minute. I just want to double check that my flight directors I can turn on and off with the expedited button, can't I? I'm going to double check that. Yes, I can. That's fine. I need to make sure that works, and I'll explain why in a moment. Okay, let's go through how I'm going to manage and fly the approach. So we are expecting. Hang on, get the tablet up. We're expecting this Lamsey, what's it called? 2 Alpha arrival. As we can see, we've got constraints listed as well that takes us all the way to Fickle, which we're going to be lowest is 4,000 feet at Fickle. That's fine. The way to plan for this then, as we sort of leave Lamsey, we're going to start slowing down. We'll be at 250 knots anyway, because well, we will be below 10,000 feet. Green dot then as we approach Fickle, flaps 1 by Fickle, and then once we are at Fickle, we've got 5 miles to get down, ready to start our descent. The plan then is going to be, because the platform altitude is 3,250 feet, I can't do that, so we're going to go down to 3,300 feet, and once we are there at the 2 Sierra India waypoint, which is 10 miles out, then I will, when we're 0.3 miles before that, then at that point we will be in nav FPA mode. We will set the 3-degree glide path angle on here, and then we will just basically be descending down, still with the autopilot on, nav mode, FPA mode, and we will be cross-referencing our distance to the waypoint in the top right hand corner of the navigation display up here. We'll be checking that against the distances we've got for runway 32 along here and adjusting accordingly. We've got PAPIs as well, and visibility is good. So once we are then happy, we will turn off the flight directors and we will turn off the autopilot, disconnect all that, and then manually fly the approach in. So that's yeah, that's how I plan to fly the approach and manage the sort of final approach segment. If we need to go around then, we should have, if I look on the flight plan page now and just zip right down to the bottom of the flight plan near the there we go, that's what I wanted to show you. So on the fixers page we've got the Sierra Tango waypoint and we've also got the Sierra Hotel waypoint. These are our go around waypoints, so we're basically climbing 3,000 feet as we follow these, and once we leave this we fly north heading 360. That's our go around track. So we know the star, we know the runway, we know the kind of approach we're doing, how we're going to fly the approach, we know the platform altitude, no minimum speeds given on the approach. We're going to use auto brake medium as well, just because I haven't got a performance calculator for this. We know how we're going to do the go around. If the landing's successful, then we will roll to the end, vacate on Charlie and backtrack, and then park wherever the ATC tells us to. So that, I think, is a happy fall briefing. Verb says the wind has just changed now, it's 340 at 527. Thank you. Interesting that it's cooled down as the sun's rising. Quick check on the fuel as well. Endurance, what have we got? We've got about 2.5 hours endurance fuel wise as well. And our top of descent is in about 37 minutes. Hey Amagos, good afternoon to you, hope you're well. Ace, hello Ace, good to see you, mate. Bankius, now that Dark Fury is watching the stream, is that not like having your mother-in-law looking over your shoulder? Not really, because he's got to land first, so good luck to him. Light speed, I'm not even sure how I'd be able to crop the top of that window off. Sean, have you ever tried VAS Aeroplane Toolbox? We'll be able to get the performance figures for the 330 or any other plane that we're using that is not the Fenix. Have they even got the 900? I'd be very surprised if it got the 900 Neo in there. Captain HW says celebrating 0 to 27,000 kilometers an hour in 9 minutes. Yeah, fair enough. Hey Nick, good to see you. Angus, so happy to find we're still here. Must be knackered. We're okay, Angus. We're okay. Getting set up for the best part of the flight though now. Oh my gosh, usually if you've got an approach all filled in, then just going direct to whatever waypoint ATC tell you to go to. You don't have to build up the approach or add in constraints because they should all be there. Right, we're flying through blooming clouds again. We're right on the cusp of icing. We'll be okay. Right, so I'm reckoning last half an hour. Let's be efficient. Thrust climb, open climb, 370 blue. Hey, why is that? How come we're not using the Latin VFR A330? Oh, because the Headwind A330 is just, thanks to its fly-by-wire avionics, is just far superior. Andy says bacon sandwich for dinner tonight, seeing as it's breakfast time in Oz. Andy, that's awesome logic. I like it. The higher we get as well, the colder it gets, so I don't need to worry less about that icing. Light speed, I will look into that. See if it works. Pilot, how long till top of descent? About 35 minutes, at a guess. Hey, man's difference. Good to see you. You're joining us for the best part of the flight. There we go. Top of descent's even listed now. We can see it. Oh, what a gorgeous view that is. Ladies and gentlemen, hello go again from the flight deck. So we are now probably about half an hour away from starting our descent. We've got the aircraft nicely on schedule, and we're looking to land in just under an hour's time. Any changes, of course, we shall keep you posted. Once again, leave you in the capable hands of our cabin crew, who are still serving teas and coffees, hot drinks and small snacks, etc. Thank you. Upsell, got to upsell. Cabin crew now shouting at me for giving them extra work. Hello.
Hi, Captain. I just wanted to come by and ask if everything was going okay.
Yeah, everything is fine. Thank you.
If you need anything more, just give me a call.
So Amigos, let's see what happened. It was the first time you saw that, but the computer went from a fix with a restriction of 12,000 to a 10-mile DME fix of 3.6. Course should have had me go to a fix around 20 mile far. It's difficult to see. Difficult to see, but basically, just going direct to a waypoint will quite happily reset everything.
Ladies and gentlemen,
ETE is
starting our duty-free service.
about
To purchase anything from our catalogue, please contact one of the crews.
probably about less than an hour now. Less than an hour.
Tray in the down position and have your payment ready. We cannot swap currencies at this time, but we do accept all major credit cards, as well as cash for smaller value items. Please make sure the aisles are clear as the cabin crew make their way around the aircraft. Thank you.
Cabin crew now upselling the final push of duty-free merchandise and drinks. Baggy says the mid-flight wasn't bad. There was a fair bit of good conversation and a bit of crack. What? What happens when I'm not here? I'm not bothered. Oh, banter. Yeah, okay, that's a word I know. Legend, Dark Fury says there's no alcohol left. Nick stole it all. In fact, where is Nick? Nick's flying with us, isn't he? Or he was going to. I'm sure he set off with us. Why is that? How long ago did we depart? That's a fair question. 6 hours 42 minutes. Oh, it's Panto season. Nick's behind us. Hello, is that civilization down there? A very small bit of civilization. Just how big is Australia? This is insane. Can you tell I never fly over Australia? I'm just completely astounded by it. Oh, Chileanus, yeah, no, sorry, I get how big Australia is, it's just... You don't think of it as being that big, do you? It's nice to see the clouds have thinned out, though. That's awesome. Captain Bird, has the Headwind been updated? No, this is the Gold Coast Airport that we're showing the pre-release for. Looking forward to that as well. And DT says, while waiting for the Aerosoft A330, I enjoy the Headwind A330 more and more. Not sure if you would even buy the Aerosoft. I know it's going to be interesting. There were so many promises with that Aerosoft A330, but Headwind's just running with it at the minute. Bombtech says, you know that half of every poisoned animal in the world lives down there. I think I'd just rather crash and be done with it than get abandoned down there somewhere. Sean, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Wise Hat, Headwind are definitely redesigning the flight deck. We've seen it, we've previewed it, we've shown it on previous videos. Still lots of work to be done with it though, but it's nice. Lemon says flashback to the spider talk we had earlier in the chat. I know, it was like 5 hours ago. Hello, Mihal. Summertime in Oz, well, rainy in the EU, yeah. And cold. Very cold. And Sean says, your videos and tips really helped him start his flight sim hobby. Thank you for everything. You are more than welcome. Once again, thank you for your support. Phil, is the A330neo and the CEO identical? The airframes are obviously different engines. Lightspeed maybe put pre-release special after all the Orbx stuff. I mean, the title of the stream is literally pre-release special new Orbx Gold Coast Airport. I'm not quite sure what else I can do. And Sean saying, really looking forward to seeing the big Airbus. Would love to see a fully functioning A350. Well, Sean, your prayers there may be answered. Innobuilds have announced that that is exactly what they are doing at the minute. Chris Hogmate, good evening. Thank you for being here, supporting us and watching as usual. Be sure to come back tomorrow and check out the landing, Chris. Hoping for spectacular views over the Gold Coast in about 50 minutes. 50 minutes time. That looks like a golf course down there, spread over about 100 miles. Right, well apparently we've just got an ATIS update, so let's see if we can see what's occurring. 1345. Might be able to pick it up now. It's about less than an hour away. We usually pick that up now. Oh, maybe not.
Gold Coast Terminal Information
there we
Hotel. Runway 32. Taxiway Kilo not available. Wind 010 degrees. 7 knots. Cav OK. Temperature 27. QNH 1006. On first contact with Gold Coast Tower, notify receipt of information hotel. Time check. 2.
Lovely. Okay, let's update the box. QNH still the same. Wind 010 at 7. We might feel that a little bit from the right then now as we're coming in. Those winds seem to be changing rather rapidly. 27 degrees still. Hey Darren, how are you doing? So I was chatting about the relatives that I've got living, so really excited to preview this new scenery because I've got relatives that live at the Gold Coast, and one of them's just popped in. I would love to come for a virtual cuppa. Although, how's the house after getting struck last night? I mean, that sounds horrific. And worst of all, your TV breaking as well. Worst luck. I'd be absolutely gutted. I can't imagine. Has anyone ever been next to a lightning strike? I cannot imagine how loud that is. My ears must still be ringing. Six hours 51. Fuel's looking fine. We'll be heading down in about 15 minutes. Chris Holmate, thank you so much for once again supporting us. The £2 super chat. I know you've got to leave now shortly, Chris, but thank you so much, and look forward to seeing you on our next flight. Please make sure you do come back and check the landing tomorrow and the gorgeous views of the Gold Coast as well. So Dan's just charging the drone up to have a look. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. You can check on the damage to the house from the pool while you just chill out. Great idea. I'll look forward to seeing that footage later. But yeah, I just can't. I can't even imagine how loud a lightning strike would be. Literally next to you. Ashley says he had a strike at work about, was that 15 miles away? 15 miles or 15 meters actually. 15 meters, that's too close for comfort as well. Lemon Wolf says, what I've seen, no one's really interested in A340 to release. I think A340s are a bit... I mean, they're one of the worst performing aircraft around, aren't they? Though I did see a Lufthansa A340 fly over us today, on its way to the US from Frankfurt, I think. Oh, actually, it was meters, 15 meters away. That is... Yowzers, that's going to leave a ringing in the ears. Extremely loud, I'll bet it was. Sean would love an A220. I haven't heard of anyone developing that. There was a company developing that at one point, wasn't there? I think. I can't remember who that was, though. Bacchus, this says things are getting better temperature-wise. It only took him 10 minutes to defrost the car this morning. What my lad's discovered now is on his walk to school, he'll usually just nip out the door sort of 2-3 minutes before we set off, and I found him this morning because the car was all iced up. He just sticks his hand on the car, so when I come past, the car, which is all glazed in frost, has just got handprints, perfectly defrosted handprints all around the vehicle. It just looks weird. He doesn't even wear gloves, and I say, your hands are going to be freezing. Like, I'm fine. Kids, they don't care, do they? They just don't care. Daz actually thought it was a car blowing up. There's no sign of a storm at the time. So was it not even raining or anything like that? Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I bet you jumped straight out of bed. Smart man, how long left? About half an hour. Little over half an hour, I think, about 40 minutes or so. Organ Aviator should really be getting to bed now. School doesn't stop. Catch up on the landing tomorrow. Make sure you do, Organ. Make sure you do. Thanks, mate, for being here. Wilco, total flight time for this flight, 7 hours 40 minutes in the air. White Hat, thank you so much for your generous £5 super chat saying cheers for the fun live stream. White Hat, thank you for being here. Appreciate that, absolutely. Thank you so much, it's very kind of you. Now we're starting to get towards some civilization, aren't we? That's a nice view. Darren, raining but no thunder or lightning. So was it just like a random hit then? That's weird, isn't it? I wonder why it chose your house out of all the others. I'm guessing you don't have a big lightning rod attached to the top. Synaptic Simulations, that's it, Sai. It was, wasn't it? Weren't Synaptic Simulations making an A220? I don't know what's happening with that. I've not heard anything for that for a while. Mihal says we can now head towards civilization and the first tan of 2024. Absolutely. Also means that the wing views are probably going to become a little bit more interesting. That looks gorgeous down there. It's green. It's the first bit of greenery we've seen. Top of descent, about 15 minutes. Starman says, I think I need to go to bed for school. That's a fair point. Don't be tired tomorrow. Bacchus, it's the first houses we've seen as well, I think, as well. Obviously, we would have seen loads, but it was dark when we set off. You know, it was the middle of the night. What time is it on the Gold Coast? Is it like coming up to 8:30 in the morning? I honestly don't know. White Hat might be a weird opinion, but you prefer the appearance of the A330s over the Neo engines. The Neos are just huge, aren't they? Chilenas, yep, just approaching 8:30. That's fine. Yeah, that makes sense because it's 21 minutes past 10 here.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we will be starting the in-flight drinks service. If you could please ensure all aisles are clear and bags are placed.
To Sansi, raining us with a party of 3 over on Twitch. Thank you guys. Welcome. Airbus Max, I love that name. Lemon, would I give it a shot to fly the Bluebird 757 when it comes out? Maybe some TUI ops. I love the 757. I think it's a brilliant aircraft. So potentially you might be able to convince me to fly that. And ATC's actually got us on radar now. That's good to know. Starman, shall we have a quick look outside? Yeah, go on then. It's been a while. I think it's incredible that this aircraft actually flies to the Gold Coast. It's the only long-haul aircraft that flies there currently, as far as I'm aware. Or certainly the only one that's flown in recent days. I don't know if the Gold Coast Airport gets, well, I was going to say gets longer haul aircraft in the summer, but it is their summer, isn't it? Verb, Jim, what causes the camera to tilt so much? I don't know, maybe the camera's part of the Flat Earth Society, so it doesn't account for the curvature. I have no idea. Ian, have you checked and double checked all the waypoints? 2015 AirAsia flight entered longitude 1100 kilometers out. Course chaos had to be vectored. I don't remember that story, Ian. I mean, you're probably right. I've just not heard it before. This is why I need Chase Plane to come to Microsoft Flight Simulator. So we could just enjoy cinematic views for 9 hours when we're doing long haul flights. Sean, what are my top 3 airliner call signs? There's a question I've never thought of answering. Lemon, yeah, Chase Plane was a thing in FSX. Yeah. But that looks beautiful, doesn't it? That looks absolutely gorgeous. Daz Higgy, does the Headwind use the A320 cockpit model? Yes, it does, but they are working on their own, so it looks more like the A330. Starman, I'm afraid I don't. Now there's a view that you could fool people into thinking was real. That looks wonderful. Oh, and I think I'll finish my cup of tea just in time for landing as well, before we have to start concentrating. Mark says what the A340 lacks in performance makes up for in its beauty as an airliner. I do like it. I think it's a great aircraft to look at. I can't remember if I read once the only reason the 340 was built was because some airlines wanted a 4-engine jet. Probably, again, something to do with ETOP, so it could fly more direct routes, because if it obviously loses an engine, it's got another 3 rather than just a spare 1. Daz, blow off the Belgian surge protector. Ouch. At least you were protected. Off to work, mate. Give us away from the van. See you later, mate. I'll be in touch. Payat says that looks awesome. How will flight sim improve without needing a NASA supercomputer? Yeah. Verb, heads up, there's an A340 departing Brisbane. Fair enough. That looks great though, doesn't it? That really does look good. Sean says it's strange how Airbus were making the 340 and 330 at the same time to compete with themselves. Well, that was it, Sean. It was some airlines demanded a 4-engine jet, so they basically like, well, we've got the 330, let's throw another couple of engines on it. Ian says AirAsia also had a number of incidents breaking LS Alt arriving at the Gold Coast. LS Alt? Go on, not familiar with that acronym. I'm loving the detail of stuff down, like just down there. All the ploughed fields and things. It's awesome. Different coloured fields as well, of course. Right, we've got 214 miles to run. Wilco, what made me choose EasyJet as the name? Just because I know the standard operating procedures, I'm familiar with it. Legend. Oh, the lowest safe altitude. Sorry, I thought you were talking about some sort of, I don't know, some rule I was unfamiliar with. Lowest safe altitude. Well, yeah, probably don't want to break that. That's not good. We have the minimum safe altitude over here, MSA, which you're not allowed to go under unless you're on sort of prescribed tracks or under ATC radar control. Lemon Wolf Dark Fury is a master at Google search. EasyJet 228, I'm very well. Hope you're well. Now I'm just going to cross-reference and double-check my VNAV calculations in this aircraft because we know it's not 100% there just yet. So what are we at? We're at 37,000 feet. Yeah, it's just multiplied by 3. Add 10 for a little bit of safety margin. So we want to descend about 125 miles away, 125 track miles to run, which is fine. So that's the number I just want to keep sort of in my mind. Meow says zoom in, show us some kangaroos. Maybe Flight Sim 2024 will have that, you never know. If If you have enjoyed our long haul, please don't forget to hit the like button. We're now over 7 hours airborne, which is awesome. Christopher, how far are we behind Dark? Not that far. He keeps disappearing from my TCAS for some reason. Not sure why. He always there, look. About 25 miles in trail. Pilot says work's done, ready to descend. Excellent. Sean says it's crazy to think we had to do that mental math at the beginning of the flight, and now we just use VNAV. The thing is, I think that's a good thing, Sean. It kind of got you into the habit of doing that, so you knew what to do. An EasyJet 228 about to land at Heathrow. How can you be landing at Heathrow with a username like EasyJet? Have you sold an aircraft to BA? Is that what it is? Hey J-Hog, good to see you're still here. Has anyone been on here for the entire stream? Not even I've been on here for the entire stream. I'm just wondering if anybody else has. And Andy's just setting up his stand for the MiniFCU while watching the stream. Excellent. Christopher's been there for the entire stream. That is awesome. Nick, obviously, who's been flying alongside. Fantastic. Bombtech's also been here for the entire stream. That is brilliant. Just take the opportunity as well to thank Orbx for providing us with a preview copy of the Gold Coast Airport. Dark Fury, of course, has been here. Both Nick and Dark flying alongside us are, it's like long haul Friday days. Do you remember them? Fruit pad. No, I went to the pub. Fair enough. And Verb saying there's some traffic for you inbound departing directly ahead of us. Right, we'll see if they're making any Unicom calls. I'm hoping they won't interfere with us. Not at 37,000. Wally says breakfast, lunch and a nap. What a day. Right then, well, we're going to start heading down now. So we've hit our top of descent. That's fine. I'm quite happy. I was working on about 125 miles and we've got 160 to go. It wants us to descend. I'm happy to go with it. So we're going to start steadily making our way down. And we'll go down to 20,000. So thrust idle, open descent, and 2,000 blue. And down we go. Top of descent is here, boys and girls. We'll keep an eye out for some traffic. Lightspeed, do I have for the MiniFCU? I do indeed. Awesome piece of hardware. Simple, straightforward, easy to use, versatile with different aircraft now as well. After a long haul flight, this is the really exciting bit, isn't it? Even as a passenger in real life, you feel like the aircraft's starting to drop and you think, this is it, we're nearly here. Steve says he watched the in-flight entertainment on ITV1 for a few hours. Boss man, any question you want, shoot. I'll answer if I can.
Brisbane area traffic, Qantas 201, flight level 350 now descending to flight level 150 on the land 2 Alpha arrival 32 at Gold Coast.
And I've just pushed for managed descent now, so I'm hoping to see this reduced to 1,000 feet. VS, so speed, descent. I'm going to bring it up. Actually, we're pretty much on profile, so that's fine. Brisbane traffic, Xanadu 200. Passing flight level 330 for flight level 200. Currently 16 miles to the west of Brisbane. And we'll be flying on the Lamzoo 2 Alpha arrival for Gold Coast. ILS 23. Correction, RNAV 23. Right, constraints on the EFIS, local QNH is on the standby. And there's Brisbane from the air. August, did you manage to get a message to me in the Discord yet from the Expo stream? I'm not sure, Morgus. It depends what the username you used was, to be honest. Did I reply? that's the real question. Oh, that's a great view. So we should be flying straight over the airport now. Not the airport we're landing at, of course. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Just checking to see if everything is okay.
Yeah, we're starting the descent. Should be on the ground in about 25 minutes or so.
Great. Call me if you need anything.
Light speed, I'll see you on the iPad then, apparently. I'm going to move my tea out of the way so I don't spill it. Olaf, the app for the cabin crew is called Self-Loading Cargo. Mial says that's the first turn in hours. It's not, but it's the first sort of real turn. Gold Coast is down there somewhere. Sean, I don't know if we've done Australia before. We started, of course, if you recall, we did start the Australian tour, didn't we? The Iconic Journeys tour, but time sadly got away from me for that. Morgan self-loading cargo is what you want, really? Right. I think that has been delivered to somebody, but there were 2 winners, Morgan, so let me know if I answered. If not, what I would do, Morgan, is I would email me. MMA UK says loving the long streams. Excellent. They're great fun. I don't have lots of time to do them. They're very tiring. definitely tiring. But it's great to think we departed Kuala Lumpur real time. 7 hours, 17 minutes ago. We pushed back from the gate 7.5 hours ago. And here we are now. Slow Camaro, we've got the RTX 3060 graphics card. Bacchus, shame we don't do it again. It's how we got into the channel. I know, Bacchus, I know. I used to really enjoy it, but most Sundays I'm just not around now. Jayhawk Streamlabs hates everyone. Lemon Wolf says it's 20 to midnight there local time. He's sleepy but he needs to see the landing. You should have slept. You should have slept during the cruise, Lemon. Milhan says it's still something to depart at night time and land in the morning. Yep, and that is exactly what we've done, isn't it? Okay, we're going to get down now, flight level 9.
Area traffic, Xanadu 464, descending flight level 390 for the RNAV 32.
Okay, that's Nick, he's behind us. Right, so let's push for the local pressure, 9,000 blue, and local Q&A is set. That's why they call it the Gold Coast. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have no doubt noticed we've started our descent towards the Gold Coast. We should be arriving in around 20 minutes time. If you could now start to get yourselves back seated, seatbelt signs will be going on shortly, the toilets will be going out of use, and ensure that the aisles are all clear for our cabin crew to start preparing the aircraft for our arrival. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all for flying with us on our long-haul flight where we're previewing, of course, the Orbx Gold Coast Airport, which we will see shortly when we land. Thank you. Aviate, you also enjoy the longer streams. Excellent. Lemon, what about your algebra assignment? I should have done that in the cruise as well. What the heck is that? Is that the sun reflecting off the sunglasses? Oh, the irony. That is brilliant. Has anyone ever seen that before? Ever? Yeah, there we go. And as we turn, it shifts. There is something every flight that amazes me. Right, I've just popped this into open descent. I need to make sure we get down. We need to slow down as well. So I'm happy to drop below that profile for the time being. And he says they're clearly not Ray-Bans. I don't know what they are. Aviator glasses, they're great. They reflect the sun, which is no good if that reflection is in your face. Hey, Cleaver. Good to see you. Hey, Wise Hat. Welcome back. Hello.
Hi, Captain. I was just wondering if you'd like a drink.
No. What about the land?
Or a bottle of water.
No, thanks.
No problem. Give me a call if you change your mind.
Traffic Qantas 201, descending below flight level 160. We're going to follow the Lambda 2 Alpha RNAV arrival for the RMP arrival 32.
Okay, so just past 20,000 feet, 67 track miles to go. Happy with that. The approach takes us quite far out to sea, doesn't it? Too far out to see the airport. It's over there somewhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned the seatbelt signs on, which means you must now take your seats in the cabin. Please remain seated until the signs are turned off. Thank you.
Right, the approach checklist. BARF QNH is 1006. Seatbelt signs are on. Minimums are 620. Auto brake medium and EFB is stowed. Speed set 270. Wise Hat, you've not got any sort of auto assist or auto rudder. If auto rudder is turned on, make sure that is turned off for this.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy your trip.
Nick redeeming gin. Nick, aren't you about to land an airliner? That's not going to end well. Have you just seen a church? We've dropped off radar again. Brilliant. Oh, the realism. Cabin crew, prepare aircraft for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land. Please make sure you are seated with your belts fastened and your trays in the upright position. Any items should be safely stored, and remember to turn off all electronic devices until after landing. Thank you.
Cleaver just got in from work. Missed any fun? It's been wonderful. This is just the final stretch of our 8-hour long haul stream today. Didums, the day's been long. Back here's a question. How many Wetherspoons have an airport attached to them? That's a great question. And Didums, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Okay, obviously before starting on our approach, I want to just check. Accuracy is high, estimated 0.09, that's fine for our on-nav arrival. Put that back into descent mode now because I'm quite happy with how that's working. And we'll start to slow her down, 250 knots. Activate the approach phase, and that's done. Gold Coast traffic, Xanadu 200 is flight level 110, descending altitude 9,000, 6 miles north of Lamsey, and we'll be getting the right turn for the Lamsey 2 Alpha arrival for the RMP runway 32 approach at the Gold Coast. There it is. Cleaver getting the MiniFCU has absolutely been a game changer. Can't wait till we get this, because we use this a hell of a lot. We probably touch this more than this, the autopilot section, don't we? Sean, so our VAP speed is 147. Elliot, yeah, Zamdu. Do you not know what we're flying?
Miles from Pickup. We're descending below 7,000 for 4,000 and our speed is 210 knots.
10,000 feet, lights on. Fly-by-wire and fly that. This has indeed been a long flight. Best bit though now. Have a big 20. Does the MiniFCU hold for boarding? Yes, it can. Yes, indeed, it can. So that's good news. Once you really like the All Nippon liveries for the A380. They do look good, don't they? Very blue, but they look good. Okay, so 4,000 feet is on the FCU. I'm in managed descent, so we've got 9,000 magenta. Just a reminder of those constraints. So IGLAP, which we're only 1 mile away from, so that will change to 5,000 in a minute, 4,000 at Fickle, and then we're going to set 330, and then for the descent, the 3-degree descent in nav FPA mode. DT, you'll see the livery again, I promise, when we have a look at the replay after we've landed. Sean says, nice long final here for the approach, plenty of time to get everything configured. That's the plan. Alright, 5,000 magenta, down we go. Right, time to get on board with our tower frequency, 1187. And Gold Coast traffic, Xanadu 200 is 5 miles inbound FIDM on the RNP3 for the RNP32 arrival into Gold Coast, speed 250. Hello.
Hi, Captain. We're ready for landing. The cabin is secured.
Okay, thanks. I'll let you know when we're ready to be seated.
No problem.
So I'm just monitoring the descent rate now. I want 4,000 here, which I don't know, might struggle to maintain, to be honest, because I'm now going to push for managed speed. I'll start reducing to green dot. Conjoya, the Cabin Crew is an app called Self-Loading Cargo. I'm not happy with that descent. Open descent 4,000 blue. Come on, get down. Right, that's green dot. Happy. Speed's good. We're currently about 19 miles out from the Gold Coast Airport VOR. VOR is on the field, so we know that's reliable. $3,300 blue. I think looking at that we should be alright, but let's start configuring flaps 1. Speed checks, flaps 1. Speed 190. Track FPA mode is now engaged. Gold Coast Tower, Xanadu 200 is 14 miles out on the RMP, runway 32.
Xanadu 200 Gold Coast Tower, good morning.
And Xanadu 200 is Type A330. We have information hotel copied and descending 3,300.
Xanadu 200, continue approach.
Look up. Right, speed Alt Star, that's leveling off nicely. Perfect. So once we are 0.3 miles, we're going to pull for a 3-degree descent. And we want flaps 2 for that. Speed's checked, flaps 2. Speed 165. 0.3. 6.6. What on earth was that? That was buggy. Didn't like that. Anyone see that? Might jump. Okay, so how far out are we? Let's correct it. We're 8 miles out. Next waypoint is Sierra Fox. At Sierra Fox, we should be 1,660. Gears down. Spoilers armed. Manage the speed. Flaps 3. Speed's checked.
2,500.
Flaps full.
201, welcome to the Gold Coast in Australia. Taxi Charlie, hold short of Alpha.
Lights on.
Charlie, hold short of Alpha, 1201.
I'm visual, so we're happy. Cabin crew, take seats for landing, please.
200, runway 32, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 32, Xanadu 200. So we are high. Flight director's off, autopilot off, I have control.
Qantas 201, taxi Charlie, Alpha, Echo, Bay 4, good day.
We're about 200 feet too high at the minute.
So Charlie, Echo, Alpha, oh sorry, Charlie, Alpha, Echo and Bay 4.
This is where my FO would normally be calling out the appropriate distances and altitudes. 4 miles should be at 1320, so I think we're almost back on that now.
$1,000.
Let's get back on that centre line. A nice little wind. It seems to be varying in its direction. 2 miles should be 7.2. That's spot on. Right, let's leave that there and bring her in.
Minimum.
Continue. Remember, displace threshold.
400.
Got 3 reds. Picture's okay. 2 whites, 2 reds.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Spoilers, reverse. Auto brakes haven't armed, manual brakes. 100 knots. Reverse is off. Oh, I enjoyed that. Now let's check out this. Let's check out this gorgeous airport. Interesting, the auto brakes didn't arm.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at our destination. The crew will now commence preparing the aircraft for deboarding. Can passengers please remain in your seats, with your seat belts fastened until the captain turns off the seat belt signs. You may now turn on your phones and electronic devices. Thank you.
Xanadu 200, welcome to the Gold Coast and Australia. Taxi Charlie, Alpha Echo, Bay 4.
Charlie Alpha Echo Bay 4 for Xanadu 200. Thanks so much for the ATC.
Apologies, amended Bay 5. Thanks for flying.
And stand 5. Thank you, Xanadu 200. That is a great question. Why do we turn off the flight directors when we were coming in for the RMP approach? Nothing to do with the RMP approach, of course. It was all because of the fact we were in track FPA mode. Now, I'll explain a little bit more about that in a moment, just working out where we're going. So, let me just tidy my aircraft up, get the strobes off, get the lights off.
Gold Coast Tower,
Which is on here.
Xanadu 464. We're 15 miles on the RNAV 32, and we have hotel.
Xanadu 464, Gold Coast Tower, Gear Day. Information India, wind
7 hours 41 minutes. Flight time was meant to be 7 hours 40. How perfect is that?
Information India, and very clear to land, 7464.
So where are we taxiing? Charlie, Alpha, Echo, Bay 5. If you are on your way out but you've enjoyed this epic long haul flight, we're going to check out this scenery in a moment, then please do hit that like button as you leave. Would really mean a lot to me after the long stream today. This airport looks beautiful as well. Remember, this is a preview of the airport. It's not released yet. And we'll check out a replay as well very soon. Yes, so if you are in track FPA mode and you turn the autopilot off, you must also turn off the flight directors to force the auto thrust into speed mode. Now, if anyone wants to see what happens if you don't do that, check out a video on the channel about a story about the real A320 flight that almost crashed because of the guidance system not being set up correctly. And it will explain more about that in detail. Clark, it doesn't have final approach mode capability, the Headwind or the fly-by-wire, which is why you have to land in nav FPA mode. I love the ground textures of this airport. It looks brilliant. So, Dark, is that you in the Qantas? Is that a Qantas Dreamliner you're in there? Thoroughly enjoyed this today, guys. It's been awesome spending the day with you. Right, Bay 5. Clark, the Phoenix has final approach mode. Yes, that is right. Troy's, when does this come out? I think it's tomorrow. It's definitely very, very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated until the captain turns off the seatbelt sign. Once that happens, we will start deboarding and you'll be able to leave the aircraft. Thank you. Cabin crew, doors to manual and cross-check.
Caretaker Octane, yeah, I'm going to show you the livery very soon. First thing we're going to do is have a look at the airport. Right, let me take out the drone cam and let's have a look, shall we? Have we just parked on 5 right? Oh, so we have. We should have gone on 5. Oh well, never mind. I'm going to leave the engines running so that we can do the replay in a bit. But let's have a look at the... Now, obviously, it's not been released yet, so we've got no sort of Orbx profile or anything like that. First thing I want to do is let's go back and have a look. Now, sadly, never been here in real life. Here looks like the control tower. Our wonderful air traffic controller. This is where he would have been. Yeah, I like this stuff. I think it's great for those who, if you were controlling traffic here, it's better than any tower simulator, isn't it? And there's a lot of detail going on here. Jet fuel storage tanks. Some little private, what are they? Are they Cessnas or something? Cessna's Pipers or something? Cessna, yeah. There'll be a flight school there, won't they? Pretty certain that's the case. Angus, always impressed by how well you navigate the taxiways for forever getting lost. Being able to zoom in on Navigraph is really neat. So we've got passengers waiting for the bus. Doesn't actually tell you where that bus is going, does it? I mean, that would have been quite neat. Love the fact it's got numbers on. It's quite a decent model of a bus, that, for a flight simulator. Covers for all the cars, yes, because I bet that gets warm. Domestic arrivals, departures. So it's a hotel, Ridges Hotel, I'm guessing. Yep. Nice, complete with solar panels on the top. That's Nick's landing. Looks pretty good to me, that, Nick. Lots and lots of cars. Oh, that's impressive. We've even got lots. They're even numbered. Look at that. 23, 24, 13, 14, 15, 6, 7, 1, 2. That's neat. Is that a hearse? Oh no. I just thought I'd check. And then, do we have any terminal interiors for this airport? Oh, we do. I know lots of you like terminal interiors. There it is then. Gold Coast, Australia. And an interior as well for...
Xanadu 454, welcome to the Gold Coast and Australia. Considering your company's parked a little askew, you can taxi Alpha.
That's my fault.
Free, g'day.
Charlie Alpha to base 3, Xanadu 464.
And he'll have a word with the company traffic about his bad parking. Yeah, this is good. This looks like a nice, busy airport. You know, there's lots of stuff around. Performance seems fine as well. You know, we've got a bit of VATSIM traffic, but decent performance as well. Right, should we check out the replay as well? So I need to disconnect from VATSIM before we do that, of course. Right, let's have a look at the replay. And also shut down self-loading cargo because those passengers won't like it. So we'll switch to the airport view when we get a little bit closer. Starmix, can you do an auto land in the fly-by-wire A320? Yes, you can, as long as it's got an ILS. You can't auto land with an RNAV approach. Chris Short, see you on the next one. I understand it's obviously getting quite late now, isn't it? What time is it? It's 11:15. Definitely beer o'clock. Parrot says, where are the roos? It's Australia after all. Fruit Bar, that is incredible support. Gifting 10 EasyJet SimPilot channel memberships to end our long haul stream today. A massive thank you to you there, Fruit Bat, for that. Welcome to Ashley, Velociraptor, Warwick, Cy, Rusty, Aviation Crew, Isabel, Lee, Beckham and Colin, all now channel members. Thank you so much again, Fruit Bat. That is wonderful support. Massive thanks to Verb as well for the ATC, who didn't shout at me for the bad parking. Aviate, going from no, I'm not doing the Qantas 1 flight. How long is that flight? Like 16, 17 hours or something stupid. I love the terrain coming into this airport. Again, that little, I said we've got a little bit of terrain there up to about 1,000 feet. Thanks so much for Jim. I really appreciate you being here, giving us the ATC for the final few miles. Makes it much more realistic. Simmer asks, are we doing the return flight? I'm not. Somebody else can if they want. Oh, scenery popping in. Parrot, really glad you enjoyed that. Hope all of you enjoyed this. Remember, this is pre-release scenery, so there may still be final tweaks and things to it prior to its release. Bakia says it's long past beer o'clock. I know, but still going to get in bed with a beer. DT, it's 1080, the resolution on that. What was the landing like anyway? Not that I consider that touchdown rate monitor to be any absolutely perfect. Seemed alright to me, that. I'll take that. Sean, thanks for being here, mate. See you on the next one. Wonderful. Well guys, it's definitely late, so time to log off on what has been a nice 8-hour stream and a 7-hour flight. 7-hour 40-minute flight actually, so probably been streaming for a bit longer, truth be told. But that was hopefully a great way to spend the afternoon, morning, evening, all of those. I'll leave you with the final replay coming in over the beautiful Gold Coast of Australia. Big thanks to Orbx as well for providing the copy of the scenery to showcase for you today. I look forward to seeing you all in the next one, and a massive thanks to those who flew alongside us, our mods who also flew alongside us, those of you who have supported the channel today during our epic long haul live stream, and I look forward to seeing all of you on our next one. And massive thanks as always to those of you who've supported us during the stream as well. Thanks so much, guys. See you on the next one. Have a great day. Bye bye.
$2,500.
Gold Coast Tower is now offline. One of Unicorn 122 days late. Thanks for flying. See ya.
See ya, and thanks for ATC. 10464.
1,000.